Hey everybody, I just want to kick this introduction off and say thank you. You have helped me develop what I consider my gift. Telling these stories, bringing light to darkness, and it's just been a real honor to be able to do it. And if it wasn't for your encouragement, I wouldn't be here. I wouldn't have the opportunity that I've been given, and I love you guys for that, so thank you. Now to the episode. This episode is a Special Forces officer. He's retired colonel, Vietnam veteran, and was on the forefront of developing some cutting-edge, non-lethal weapons. This is a mind-bending episode. It's fascinating. I'll leave it at that. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, please welcome Colonel John Alexander to the Shawn Ryan Show. Please head over to Apple and Spotify. Leave us a review. Type in just one word. That really helps the show out. Like, comment, and subscribe to the YouTube channel. And that is all. Much love to you guys. Enjoy the show. And just to reiterate, thank you. There is nothing else in the world I would rather be doing than what I'm doing right now. And that's because of you guys. Thank you. Colonel John Alexander, welcome to the show.
Glad to be here, I think.
It is an honor to have you here. Goes. Yeah, it'll be good. We've been trying to reach you for probably at least a year, and then finally got in contact with you, and we've had several phone conversations, and I just want to say it's an honor to meet you, and I'm happy that you're here sitting across from me, and this has been a dream interview for me, so thank you.
Well, I've watched a number of your shows and certainly impressed with the caliber of folks that you've had on.
Well, I appreciate that very much. We are very particular about who we bring on, so thank you. But, so John, I would like to do a life story on you, starting from childhood. I can see the cringe factor, but I promise it won't be that painful. But I would like to start with childhood, get through your impeccable service as a Army Special Forces and intelligence officer. And then I would like to get into all of the things that you've explored, both while in Army intelligence and what you continue to do with paranormal activity, shamanism, UFO, all that kind of stuff. I mean, you are one of the leading people in that space, and so it's something that I've been drinking from the fire hose on, learning about, and I'm about as green as it gets, but it's fascinating stuff, and I think it's very important. So, if you don't mind, I'd like to give you an introduction here.
Okay.
It's a pretty long one, but. Colonel John Alexander, you're retired U.S. Army Special Forces of 32 years, commanded Army Special Forces teams at Vietnam and Southeast Asia, Inspector General for the Department of Army, Chief of Human Technology at Army Intelligence Command, Manager of Technology Integration at Army Materials Command, Director of Advanced Concepts at Army Laboratory Command, well known for your leading role advocating the Army's development of non-lethal weapons and military applications of the paranormal. You had a hand in setting up the Army's remote viewing program, later known as the Stargate program, featured prominently in both the movie and the book. The Men Who Stare at Goats worked directly for General Stubblebine when the general redesigned Army intelligence back in the early 80s. You worked with Bob Bigelow, aerospace billionaire, in his investigations at Skinwalker Ranch and his other properties. Authored several books on the future of warfare, UFO, UAP activity, and paranormal activity as it was studied by the United States Army. Your latest book, Reality Denied, which is right next to you there. PhD in behavioral sciences. You are considered a legend in the anomalous activity world, and you have been to over 100 countries, according to Joe, researching paranormal activity throughout the world. And once again,
Fair statement.
an honor, a real honor. So I know you have a ton of knowledge that I want to tap into. So thank you again. And before we get started, everybody gets a gift.
Thank you.
Any guesses?
Not so far.
All right, we'll open it up.
Oh,
What do you got in there?
I'm not sure.
A little something for the ride home.
Gummy bears.
Vigilance Elite Gummy Bears.
Thank you.
Those are legal in all 50 states. So Colonel, before we kick this off, I have a Patreon subscription service, and they're our biggest supporters. They're the reason I'm here and you're here, and that we're able to do this. And so I give them an opportunity to ask the guest a question. This is from Steve Rubio. Did your time and experiences at Skinwalker Ranch confirm or disprove any assumptions or beliefs you had about reality, spirituality, etc.?
Well, are we limited to Skinwalker? I mean, that's one of the problems. We did spend time. I was with Bob the day he bought the ranch, and actually was the first one to spend the night up there. And the most anomalous thing that happened was the mosquito bites at that time. Having said that, it's a very, very strange place, and we can go into some of the things that go on. I know you had Brendan Fugel on as the owner, and know him. Did it confirm or deny? I'll tell you, the last paragraph of my UFO book ends, I should say, first paragraph is UFOs are real, and it ends that says, whatever this is, it is more complex than you can possibly imagine. One of the takeaways from the ranch is something that I call precognitive sentient phenomena. And the point there is that there's a it, and I do not know how to describe an it, but it is in control. We never were in control. And when I said precognitive, I meant by that, it seemed to know how we would respond before an event occurred. And it's certainly sentient, smart, and certainly phenomenological. And I know Brandon has picked up on the precognitive sentient and talks about it now. And I don't think it's any single thing. It is terribly, terribly complex. I gave you a specific example. There's one where Georgia Net we had a DMV on staff, but we're jumping to NIDS now, National Institute for Discovery Science. And Terry German, who owned the ranch, went out, and it was calving season. And he goes out. By the way, if the topography, they've seen the TV series, and it's generally perfectly flat when the escarpment to the north goes up onto the mesa. But calving season, he runs out and he finds a newborn calf, and they tag it, and they weigh it. They tag it to associate it with the mother, weighs it, drives across. By the way, it's about 10 o'clock in the morning, so bright, sunny day. Clear visibility is the point. And he finds another newborn, tags it, weighs it, and he comes back. The lapse time, we're talking about 45 minutes. Calf one's dead. Not only is it dead, it's eviscerated and exsanguinated, and there's some of the bones have been taken out and missing, and there's a nick on one of the bones. One of the ears was sliced off. Looks like a laser cut. I mean, it was that sort of tag is gone. So everybody says, so pick a exsanguination, all the blood went into the ground. So I got a hold of George, and I had them go to a slaughterhouse get some blood and go to another place, pour it on the ground, and you come back weeks later and say, blood was poured on the ground here. So the idea that it went in. The best guess from the science board was whatever happened. And by the way, the thing was weighing 60 pounds. It's now between 20 and 30 pounds-ish, meaning lots and lots of physical material is gone from the calf. You go, where? And the consideration was probably happened someplace else. And you go, how could that have happened? Again, it's broad daylight. We looked at all how predators kill, and none of them do anything like was described. You probably shoot rustlers, not to mention it's broad daylight and so on. So the point was, it totally made no sense whatsoever, in the logic as we know it. And so it again seemed to know what we would do, once that happened. And that's one. And the other issue was it kept morphing. And particularly with cameras, there are things that said it would know where we would place it. We had it, even then, it was monitored 24/7 and would go through the thing. And instead of here, it's just off camera. Or then there were incidents that happened that should have been on camera, and nothing is there. And we had cameras on poles that were staring to the west. There's 2 cameras and another 2 cameras in front of it. So the first 2 cameras are visible from the rear. Now, I'll give you an example. The cameras are on top of 20-foot poles. They come down, got about half a roll of duct tape connecting them to there. There's a PVC unit that takes it down into the ground, and the wires go back to what's now called the command center. It was just double wides at the time, but everything's being recorded. Point there is we know exactly when it stopped recording. And what you find is that the wires are pulled out of this camera that's 20 feet up, not seen there. There's about a 3-foot chunk of the wire that's just missing, been totally cut. PVC has been pulled loose. Now, coincidentally, at the time it happened, the cattle just happened to be around that part of the ranch that was there. Point there is anytime somebody would approach, they'd get spooked and would go running off. No visibility of anything that happened. They're there. All of this stuff happens. The cameras in here do not see anything on it, but all of these things physically happened, should have been captured, but weren't.
Wow.
So it's in control.
Wow. What? Is there any other way to describe it? Would a non-human intelligence be a good description?
Non-human intelligence normally is associated with kind of like an alien being or something, not a supernormal force.
Okay.
That has is controlling everything.
Okay.
So it's certainly non-human and certainly intelligent, but when most people think of it, they tend to think of what's being discussed with the Greshnow. We have an alien body and they're non-human and maybe smarter than us and that. But this is more in the controlling force category. That
bigger than anything we could even think of.
Sorry?
Bigger than anything we could even imagine.
Yeah, well, that's what I said in the thing. It says probably more complex than we can imagine.
Do you think we'll ever be able to grasp the magnitude of and the complexity of what that is, what it is?
The short answer would be no. And again, I guess because we can imagine a lot. Mm-hmm. You can imagine all kinds of things in various venues and suspect that it's beyond our capability to imagine. And of course, that's highly speculative, but having studied this, and not just at Skinwalker, but around the things we've seen around the world, it gets, and the word that comes to mind, we'll probably discuss a number of times, is ineffable, because that pops up in the meaning it can't be described. And in various phenomena that we can discuss, that's one of the key words that come up. I just don't have words to describe it.
Interesting. I cannot wait to dive into this stuff. But right now, let's start with your life story. Where did you grow up?
I was born. No, technically I was born in Manhattan, moved to New Jersey, and by the time, I don't remember any of that. By the time I was 2, we moved to La Crosse, Wisconsin, and basically grew up there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hockey player?
Sorry?
You hockey player?
No.
New York to Wisconsin, no hockey?
No hockey ever. I wasn't very good at skating. In fact, my ankles, I tried ice skating a few times, but it was not one of my favorite sports.
What did you like to do as a kid?
Well, I was interested in weird stuff kind of all along. Do remember that.
When you say you were into weird stuff as a young man and as a child, can you be a little more specific? Well,
I was interested in space, and space is a program we know it generally not a hot topic at the time, but the potential for basically from a physical perspective, I mean, the moon was a long ways off at that time, and I was still already thinking as a young child, man, we can go there.
No kidding. What kind of space exploration had we accomplished?
None.
Nothing.
No, remember, we don't have missiles at this juncture.
Yeah.
I mean, it's much later before even the beginning of a missile program, let alone one that is going to venture out there. But there were, I remember Collier's magazine and some others where people were talking about it. You see pictures of, but this was definitely pie in the sky types of things that you.
And what caught your interest in space?
I don't know. Just was.
Just plain curiosity.
There was no particular interest. And all of these things, what I talk about, I says there was no epiphany on any of these. It's more like steering an aircraft carrier, big crew, it's slow turns as opposed to, turn on a dime or something.
Yeah. Were you into paranormal activity?
Not particularly at that juncture.
No. What caught your interest in the military?
Special Forces. Now, graduated high school. I had a chance to go to college and went for a year, and I went to Beloit College for a year. It wasn't terribly exciting. Had a scholarship, and I was reading these articles about Special Forces. Now, at this time, there was only the 77th, which it was then, it's become the 7th, and 10th group. But I remember seeing some articles and said, boy, that sounds interesting. And so I went down. Actually, I had not warned my mother. They thought I was going to go back for the sophomore year. And I came in one day and says, oh, by the way, tomorrow morning, I'm catching the bus. And turns out the recruiters had lied to me. What a shock, I suppose.
Who would have thought?
Yeah. No, I went in and I said, I want to join Special Forces. And they said, oh, just sign up for Airborne. And I said, well, I'm interested in SF. And they said, oh, all you have to do is sign a thing and you can get reassigned there. I was dumb enough to believe them at the time, not understanding the system. So went off and did basic training and then went to the 101st Airborne, which had just been reactivated.
Wow.
After World War II, it was deactivated. And then the 187, the 50, I think it was the 508th, 503rd, the two regimental combat teams came together, and they were going to activate something called the Pentomic Division. And that was a totally new concept at the time. You also got to remember that nuclear weapons are just coming in. We're talking 1956. So, yeah, it was a totally different concept on how we were going to fight in the future. And interesting, shortly, the first or second, but he recurs. General Westmoreland was the division commander. And wow. I ended up, of all things, as a medic. And went through medic training, was with 326 Medical Company, which is still the medical company for the 101st. But it also meant that our company commander is a lieutenant colonel, because all of the doctors in the division are under him. So that was kind of an unusual structure. And he liked to jump, and that led to us getting into Ranger. And when I went to Ranger school in 58, we had more Rangers in the medical company than any infantry company. And but remember the theory for the Rangers at the time. The Rangers had been totally deactivated as well, and it was out of Korea, and it was partially because of casualty rates they felt were too high, but they wanted to, kind of spread the wealth across the company. In addition, it's the only way you're going to get promoted, because after the war, promotion rates are, tremendously slowing down. But if you graduated from Ranger School, you automatically made E5. So that's how I made E5. And then when I came back, they sent me to the 101st Airborne School as an instructor. So here I am, 20 years old as an instructor, wearing the black hats and screaming at folks and all that.
When I first started this whole podcasting thing, an online store was about as far from my mind as you can get. And now, most of you already know this, but I'm selling Vigilance Elite gummy bears online. We actually have an entire merch collection that's coming soon. And let me tell you, it is so easy because I'm using a platform that is extremely user-friendly, and that's Shopify. Shopify is the global commerce platform that helps you sell at every stage of your business. What I really like about Shopify is it prompts you all the things that you want to do with your web store, like connect your social media accounts, write blog posts, just have a blog in general. Shopify actually prompts you to do this. You want people to leave reviews under your items? You can do that on Shopify. It's very simple. Shopify helps you turn browsers into buyers with the internet's best converting checkout, 36% better on average compared to the other leading commerce platforms. Shopify is a global force for millions of entrepreneurs in over 175 countries and power 10% of all e-commerce platforms here in the United States. You can sign up right now for $1 a month. It's shopify.com/Shawn. That's all lowercase. Go to shopify.com/Shawn now to grow your business no matter what stage you're in. That's shopify.com/Shawn. Did you enjoy that?
Yeah, it was interesting. Of course, there was an interesting dynamic between us and the more seasoned instructors. We were really green.
Yeah.
And actually got, the ground training NCO, kind of interesting. It was a guy by the name of Henry Slomansky. He's one we might want to discuss. But he had a hangman's MOS and had actually been involved in hanging the Japanese war criminals. And so we're talking about,
he was hanging Japanese war criminals.
He had, yes.
Wow.
And he had been assigned in Japan. He had also he had taken up karate and became the commissioner for the Western Hemisphere for the Japanese karate. His big deal was they had a 2-day contest, and he beat 119 Japanese to become the national champion in his field.
If you were alive pre-World War II, how old are you now, if you don't mind me asking?
I'm 86.
86. My question is, I had an interesting conversation yesterday, and we talked about the first time a Tic Tac appeared. And it sounds like the first time that we identified a Tic Tac was when we tested the nuclear bomb.
Oh,
that
that's what, 43?
Were you? Do you remember that?
That was not that big. Well, no, because it was totally secret. And as we may get into, Edward Teller was a personal friend, and we actually discussed these things. And as he pointed out, he says, millions of people didn't know, and only this handful of people at Trinity site, of course, at Los Alamos building it, most of the people involved didn't even know what they were doing. They all had little compartmented pieces of the project. And under Oppenheimer, I'm sure people have seen the movie on that now. Teller is in it as well. They became adversaries, but did not get along. See, Teller wanted to go straight to fusion, and the atomic bomb was a fission bomb, and fusion jumped it up an order of magnitude. So they, like I say, basically Hiroshima, until that went off, almost nobody knew about it other than a few people in northern New Mexico and that area because of the size of the blast at the time. But this was not something that was carried in the public until Hiroshima and Nagasaki.
What was the response from regular American citizens when that bomb was dropped?
Until the follow-up, probably not much. Again, I have no idea what it is. I mean, do not have our understanding of nuclear energy at the time. I mean, it's not even a concept for 99% of the people. That it led quickly to the end of the war. Interestingly, my second career, of course, is Los Alamos. And I was there at the 50th anniversary of when the bomb was going to be up. And they happened to send me to Washington to study some of the documents that came out. Remember the casualties that had been taken in island hopping, if you will, pretty horrendous. And, this in 3 days changed everything, where they had capitulated. What most don't know, and I actually read the documents on this in the National Archives, to invade Honshu proper called for 9 atomic bombs in preparation. And by the way, the physical invasion was fully an order of magnitude more difficult than Normandy, just over all of the logistics and the distances that would be involved and what was going to be required to get there, hence using it. And of course, the problem was didn't have them. The other thing that came up quite a bit was, why didn't we do a demonstration, the more humanity? And that was thought about. And the real answer was they weren't sure it would go off. And nothing could be worse than to have a demonstration. Nothing happened.
Good point. When did Vietnam come about? Where were you in your Army career?
Well, that's much later. See, I got out for a short period and actually joined SF from the outside. It was a new unit was being formed. And we had friends who, you see, Vietnam was going on for a while. Most people don't know we had folks at Dien Bien Phu.
Okay.
And so, that was that's the French War and all of that. And then, of course, Kennedy coming along and deciding that we're going to interject with a few advisors, mostly CIA initially, and then SF started there. And, it's one of these things that sort of evolved. Well, the whole domino theory was critical at that time. However, this was that if Vietnam falls and, Cambodia and Thailand and all that, the communists are going to roll up Southeast Asia. And so that was kind of the rationale for getting involved at the level that we did.
Okay. What was your opinion of the war? I know it was a very unpopular war. Did it start that way?
At what point?
Did it start as an unpopular war?
No, not at all. Well, it started very low key and nobody knew about it. And I will say my opinion changed over time. Specifically, when I got there, I kind of considered myself a mercenary, if you will, because, this is, where you get promotions. So, and I had been in Thailand before that, and ITT'd to Vietnam. This gets into messy stuff. I was convinced that if we switched sides, we could have wiped that out in 90 days because the other side wanted to win, ours being, the Vietnamese, per se, were not that interested. My counterpart was definitely a crook. Now, when I get to Vietnam, when we're talking all of 68, had an A-team on the Cambodian border in the Seven Mountains area. So we were a big A-team. We had it varied from 15 to 18 people, but many of them were not, or a few of them at least, were not SF per se. But I had six companies.
Sorry, where did the guys that were not SF come from?
We had a flashy unit, which was literally a searchlight unit.
Okay.
That would, because from looking out across, we were just short of the Cambodian border, but all rice paddies there, but in the mountains looking out, and you could put IR, infrared beams out there and watch at night. And exactly why they were there, I have no idea. But organizationally, I had 6 companies there were 800 people that I was paying, and another 400 that were OpCon. So I had a unit of 1,200 or so.
Holy cow!
And because the American military thought we were squad leaders, because we only had we're only 12 people on the team, but had pretty big units. Also, one of the problems was that I had a Vietnamese counterpart who was a major, terribly corrupt, and they were selling, if you had a SIDG card, the CIDG card, then you couldn't be drafted into the Vietnamese army. So they would sell these, and so these were ghosts, basically, and would show up for pay is the only time you actually saw them. Having said that, we had companies that actually were there on a day-to-day basis. And,
So would you say that the Vietnamese people were very unmotivated?
Well, it depends. Now, ethnically, by the way, one of the things I also wanted to say about Vietnam is there's thousands and thousands of different stories because where you were and when you were there changed dramatically.
Okay.
The adversaries in my area were, Viet Cong, which is very different from the folks fighting in the north who were fighting NVA, and that changes over time. Yeah, well, my very first operation that I remember kind of got my attention. There was a small hill out to the north of us. And ethnically, I had 3 companies that were predominantly Vietnamese and 3 companies were Cambodians. We had, they were KKK, literally, Khmer Khumpha Chai Krum, and that was the majority, and the area was ethnically Cambodian. So we went out, and I went with a company that was going, to the east and this way, and we were supposed to do kind of a simple pincer mission. It was a walk in the sun, but the group I was with got there first and says, "Okay, now we have going to ambush the Vietnamese." And going like, "Oh shit, that's my own company," and they want to shoot each other up. So that was kind of a wake up call very quickly.
Interesting. What kind of missions were you guys doing?
What kind of mission? Well, that's a very interesting question. I never thought of it in that way. Obviously, we were controlling an area. People don't realize there are actually mountains in the Delta. There were 3 major ones in my area, Nui Kam, Nui Jai, and Nui Koto to the first. Nui Koto was infamous. And when I took over the camp, we had a company stationed on the top of each of Nui Kam and Nui Jai. Now, the reality was we owned the bottom, we owned the top, and they owned the middle in between. It was so well defined that you could go off and you say, if I walk down this patio, say, if I step over here, I'm going to get shot at. You could call artillery from memory because you knew exactly where it was, when it was going to start, and all that. And you also had the Ho Chi Minh Trail ended just to the west. I mean, you could literally see it come down. They knew the biggest thing we had was a 4-deuce mortar. And out of Chi Lang, which was a Vietnamese base, Arvin, and they had 2 155s there, but calling fire from them, which we did on occasion, was quite intricate. And what was interesting is when you went out flying, there was a path maybe 50 meters beyond the range of our 4-deuce. I mean, they knew exactly how far we could shoot. And you just... wow. Beaten path coming down into the mountains, because they could, particularly down in Nui Koto, was very much a BC stronghold. And of course, you want to get into the infamous Tet. I mean, that was off.
Yeah, let's do it. Let's get into it.
Well, my experience with Tet, one of the big issues that we talked about, I think, is intelligence, because my experience was intelligence went one way, up. Never got anything. And so this was a truce was called. And up until that time, the truces had always been observed. They'd done it before. When you'd fly recon missions, after that, you'd see a whole lot of lights that you don't see, during the fighting areas where we would bomb. And so we had admin work to do, literally doing paperwork. So I flew back to Canto, which was the company headquarters, and went in and was getting ready. Actually, they, sidelight, but they sunk a sampan in the river off of Canto. And I was a diver, and they wanted somebody to go dive on it. We were getting ready to do that because they thought it was carrying arms. And it got too late, and they said, we'll go tomorrow. Went back in and back to the camp. And we were hot bunking. So went to bed. And I remember the S2 coming and said, well, there's some strange units in here. It was not a tonight's the night, watch out, any kind of serious warning. Went to bed and woke up, and there's green tracers going by the window. And you go, oh, shit. That means they're in here.
Yeah.
Because, they use green tracers, and ours were all red. So it was a no good, very bad night. Basically, we didn't do anything. What had happened was Special Forces, one of the first teams in the area on the airstrip by Canto, and so things had moved out from there. So we were actually damn near in the center, surrounded by American units. Unfortunately, 3 young troops who were out on the perimeter had gone to sleep and got their throats slit because they were all asleep. And what happened was there was a lieutenant who was going out to, check the guard, and damned if he doesn't run into them on the airstrip and calls in, and then so the fight starts from there. And a lot of their folks got dead that night. I mean, they were able to bring in reinforcements. My point was we had no idea this was coming. And I'm listening on the radio as, all over the country, town after town and the cities and the capitals are falling, and you're going, my thought, quite frankly, was this is Korea all over again. China has entered the war. How could we see that big, invasion that had no preparation for? Now, it turns out, and I didn't learn until, I think it was a 60 Minutes special or something that came up, that Saigon knew. And there were American units that had been alerted. We had no idea it was coming in. Everything in the whole district was lost. At that time, I had a B team at Chowduck, and this is where Drew Dix actually got a Medal of Honor, because there were people that were downtown. A big deal there were, we had nurses downtown. Well, the B team commander would not allow anybody to leave the compound. Well, Drew was working with Phoenix, and he says, screw you. I work for the agency. And he went out, and that's a whole story worth learning. And but they went out and found the nurses downtown, saved them, and brought them back. But everything except the compound was under, and the same thing was true kind of across the area. In our area, i.e. the Delta there, the problem was they had been ordered to attack and didn't want to, but Ho Chi Minh was calling a thing. They had no plan for success. So after a while, okay, we got this. Now what do we do? And it went back into the mountains and back across the border into Cambodia. Kind of went down. And one of the things I had done, though, is watching this, I called and I said, let's pull one of the companies off of Nui Com. Nui Jai we definitely needed to keep, but that's just to get more troops down, because obviously the fighting was going to be down on the high level, not in the mountains, which is where we normally had operations.
I have that you found a landmine tripwire through a gut feeling in Vietnam. Can you tell us about that?
Well, that particular one, we were just out walking and got into an area. This was the mountains. We're at the foot, not foothills. It's just starting to rise up, but kind of jungle area. And it was. We were just wandering around and started backing up. And the lieutenant going, mean, and looked down, and across the back of my heel, I had already started to pull the tripwire. And obviously it didn't go off. So, that sort of stuff happened. We hit mines a number of times.
How much time did you spend over there?
Well, I was there a full year. Kind of unusual because most commanders stayed in for 6 months at a time. And I had come from commanding another A team in Thailand.
What were you doing in Thailand?
Well, we were training the Thais, and it was kind of interesting. We went over as Delta Company at first. This was organized at what was then Fort Bragg. And it's quote, the original good deal. You know, everybody was signing up and going over. What I never knew until just a few years ago is this was actually considered a strategic move. That they were literally worried about losing Vietnam and the stuff would go into Thailand. No, they had the CT, which were communist terrorists, and kind of small action, but this was gearing up to, literally be the next barrier in case Vietnam fell. We, of course, didn't know that. We were on training missions. I opened several camps. One was Nantiku. When we went in, it was an area not much bigger than what we're sitting here, a little hole in the jungle. And a year later, when we left, there was an airstrip, and they'd fly. But we were working with the Royal Thai Special Forces, and could bring in ability to recruit companies and training them. They had a few that they did send to Vietnam, but most of this was geared to fight in Thailand. And then we had gone to Ubon, Udorn, Sakon Nakhon, and then down Khao Yoi, down in the south. We had teams scattered all over Thailand that were doing the same thing.
Going back to Vietnam, you'd spent an entire year there.
Yep.
And that Vietnam was, the carnage and the death and the loss of life that you must have seen there. Was it a daily occurrence?
Actually, no.
No.
No, there were periods. They were peak periods. Our fighting was more kind of on the mountain. Well, skip the whole set. You asked about missions. One of the things that would happen is that we would periodically get air assets. And they would normally send like 4 slicks, 4 snakes, and 4 OH-6 observation helicopters. And so what would happen is they would send them in, and we'd take a pair of snakes and a pair of cobras and a pair of loaches, and I would go with the loaches, and we would literally go out hunting and go out because this would extend the area that we could get to. We had foot patrols that were going out all the time. But as again, because we were, the last area, particularly to the west, Charlie, stayed out there and had, what I didn't find out, this was one of the intelligence issues. I had a friend that we can talk about an incident. It was then Phantom 2. And it turns out they had a lot more intelligence about where these units were than we knew. There were a lot bigger units than I ever imagined in my area. But what we would do is go out. There's something called the Tram Forest. And this is out there, miles and miles of it. But it's the forest that grows through the water. And everybody assumed it was impossible to live. That was not true. What they would do is go out and build areas out there where they could put in platforms and literally get up above the water and so we would go out hunting until you find the units, because they would move about. Then we'd call the guns in, and then if a unit it was there somebody could hold, then we would call the slicks. So you had the 4 slicks waiting back at the base, and you'd call them in to support. We'd do a ground sweep on the area. Usually the guns would pretty much clean things out.
What are slicks? Are those fast movers?
The Hueys.
Okay.
Yeah. And they had, the two door gunners, but this was very different. In fact, people remember the old B model gunships, which again were Huey. These were so underpowered. When you go back to Chilang and a rearm, and they'd come in there, you had to literally run alongside while it's trying to get off. And just as it lifted off, then you jump into the helicopter and grab the gun.
Oh my gosh.
The people don't realize. Like I say, it was really quite different at the time.
Very interesting. You had a incident where an OH-6 Alpha was shot down. Uh-huh. Can you talk about that, please?
It was a no good, very bad day. We were out screwing around, again, doing these kind of search missions. I was looking for something, and I was flying as the observer and looking down in the water and found some platforms that had some munitions piled up on it. Said, okay, BC's got to be here. And so I popped smoke. What was you going to do? Just blow it up from the air. I popped smoke and throw it, onto the thing. And then I see this little brown trail. So, somebody's just running through the water. And all of a sudden, the guy goes, just comes right across us. Now, we're flying not much higher than the ceiling here. We're literally at almost treetop level. And, one lucky or unlucky shot, depending on your point of view, I guess, is they cut the gas line. And so my guy's screaming, we're taking fire. The coincidental news that probably saved our ass was we were just changing over on station. So we happened to have 2 new Loaches coming in and 2 more guns. So we had 4 Cobras and anyway, so we were screaming and saying we're taking fire, and went up, and I still remember the screen, all the lights flashing and all that went out. And we hit the trees, and my point is we went from about 50 to 0 instantaneously. Mm-hmm. And I was not wearing a chicken plate, and so I had a little bit of slack. I will say, the thing caught, but that was not good. And the fortunate thing is the wingman slipped in, and when we could move, it took a while to get to where we could, and I'd lost my gun. I mean, it went
oh, man.
right past there. And show you a picture of me. By the way, compliment to the builders. I mean, it crashed really well. I mean, the whole thing is disintegrated. Got pictures, they picked it up, and the struts were off, and the canopy in front of us was just totally destroyed. And was able to get over and grab the struts and get lifted out, and then back to the hospital in Canto eventually. And sometimes the bear gets you.
Yeah, that's.
But it turns out what I didn't know at that time is we had gone down inside a VC battalion, and damned if they didn't come after us, even with the guns on station, because there was a premium on captured Americans. And we did have one, Nick Rowe, whole nother story, but he had been captured. He was in our area. He was captured in 62. But they were willing to, risk the fires, and they, snakes were pretty good between miniguns and missiles. They could really wreak havoc, but they were willing to risk that to come and get us, and fortunately didn't. But
wow. Did you ever deploy on missions as individuals versus teams? Did you go out in smaller groups as an individual versus a team?
No.
No?
No.
No, you never did that?
No, there was no place where you would go. you would, almost any place you tried to do that, you'd be seriously outnumbered.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. What was it like? What was it like coming home from Vietnam?
And if I remember landing in SeaTac, there were no ticker-tape parades or anything like that, that's for sure. Saw more of it after when I was with the 25th Infantry Division, where you ran into the students. I remember walking along when I had a license plate, front license plate. It was in Hawaii, and happiness is a Green Beret with Snoopy, kind of cute. Some guy looking at me and goes, so, okay, got the message.
Yeah. What kind of stuff did you face personally after war? What was the effect after a solid year of combat in Vietnam, killing, seeing your friends die? I mean, how did that affect you coming home?
Well, I'm not sure where you're going with that. One of the things that I have talked about is an area that's not talked about, because we were, ostensibly fully integrated and functional and no overt PTSD. But one of the things I talk about is the dreams. The stuff comes back and can last for, unfortunately, likely to happen again because of this. Because I've compartmented that, far enough away. And I recently, about a year ago, I was met with a friend up in Cedar City, Utah, and he was interested and kept pressing, what about this? And I wrote him back and said, gee, thanks. These things do re-trigger them. And unfortunately, it's never, in my experience, it was never like it really was. And usually it gets a lot worse in some ways. And you don't hear folks talking about that.
Yeah.
And like I say, we're the ones who relatively fully integrated and...
Well, I won't make you revisit it. I will not make you revisit that. We'll move on.
Well, the point is that just these kinds of discussions are the kinds that, because I really thought that stuff was, behind me and that, and you find out, it's... Yeah. They can recur. It's pretty significant, isn't it?
I know you went back to war when Afghanistan happened after 9/11. Before we get to Afghanistan, what were you doing in between Vietnam and your Afghanistan?
Well, various jobs. I was with, see, one of the unusual things we'll probably hit is technically I was an infantry officer. For the people who don't know, the 18, or the Special Forces, was not a branch. We were like a little skill identifier, initially an S and then a 3 that got added to your MOS. This wasn't your primary function. So technically I was an infantry officer who spent 2 official tours ever in the infantry in the entire time. And so, came back and went to the 25th. And what was interesting there, one of the things I've written to, this is something that people don't realize at all. The infantry divisions are set up, if you're going to deploy, you send the infantry divisions, i.e. the fighters, they're going to go in and take over. Well, at the end of Vietnam, all of a sudden we have all of these folks coming out, and refugees going to various islands. So, are you familiar with DISCOM?
I'm not.
Okay, DISCOM is they're all support units, if you will.
Okay.
On that. And so normally your support comes behind the fighters. We ended up with the support or DISCOM going out first, taking hospitals and things like that would have been in to support the infantry, but nobody ever prepared for the idea that we're going to send the support units not in a combat mission, but in this case, just to receive refugees that were coming out by thousands. I mean, I think everybody knows how the collapse, happened. And so we ended up sending units to Guam, but it was a very different exercise, and nobody had ever contemplated that. And by that time, I was on the division staff. So, preparing for that was really quite unique. And I don't know if anybody's even ever written to, what that was like.
Would you like to go into that?
I'm sorry?
Would you like to go into that?
Well, there's not much to go into other than to say, because, again, in the division staff, we were geared up to send the 25th Infantry Division, the Wolfhounds, and Gilbus and all of them out first. And we also found out that a lot of people from the support staff had signed agreements, not thinking they'd ever be mobilized, but had to sign, if you were married, had to sign agreements. You had somebody to take care of kids and all of that. And that became a huge issue. Finding people who say, well, wait, I can't deploy, I've got, and did not have the backup system. I suspect that's happened more in units, more recently, where you find out, no, basically everybody is deployable, and you've got to contemplate that. And it's nice to have dual incomes when everything's cool and, just on trips and that. It's very different when you say, oh, mommy's going to be gone for a year.
Yeah. One thing that I didn't ask you about that I would like to know is, what was it like for you when the war was done? Did you feel like we abandoned our counterparts?
No. Again, my take on it had been all along that, it was kind of unsustainable to begin with. And again, my experience with the Vietnamese, ones I dealt with, well, my counterpart had tried to have me killed 4 times that I know of.
How so?
And in fact, one of the things we didn't discuss was one of the things I had done when I got there, we estimated that probably 10% of the CIDG were VC inside the camp. And I had heard of attacks that had taken place where Americans, and this had happened in other camps. So I created a special squad, we called it, and gave them M16s. I remember the main weapon that said, we're talking the old carbines. And one of the problems, they don't have a lot of stopping power or takedown power and all that. So I was able to get enough M16s and organize a special unit. And when we went out, you'd always have 2 Americans or so go on every operation. And so I would send some of these guys, and their job was not to fight. It was to protect the Americans, and potentially from our folks. So, we knew there was an insider problem. There's no doubt about that. Man. And one of the biggies we didn't hit that was most unfortunate, I said we had this Major Ball, who was just a mega crook, and a captain that was under him who was about to take over the camp. And the way the camp where I had the main camp, I said we had the things on top of the mountain. We had an area called Bachuk, which was an old French triangular fort. There was a few clicks out, but within mortar range so we could support them. And one night they got hit really bad. And this was when we put Spooky actually into the camp. But the next morning, we had called in Mike Force and extra units, so we were going to go out in force. And there's this rumbling going on, and my interpreter comes and says, John was VC. So what do you mean? It turns out that this Vietnamese captain had gone over to the VC. And what had happened is he had brought in like 6 or 8 recruits that day. And the regular VC were training on the hill, and they had a battalion ready to go. So a battalion hit this small thing that's supported by a company, half of them outside. Bottom line is we lost everybody that night, 100% KIA. And he had brought the recruits in. When the attack came and everybody went, the way this was set up, you had little compartments, but you couldn't see from one to the other. And again, this is the old French fort. They went behind and shot everybody. And because we got there, and the only thing, there's no damage, nothing blown in the wall. The wire fence coming in had just been moved aside. That's where they left. But, those were the kind of conditions. And, you had gone, I understand. I had actually sent a message out and said, look, I'll meet you and talk. What the fuck?
Yeah.
Because this guy, he and I had gone out on operation, could have turned me over and all that, so I don't think it was a long term, but had convinced them, enough to go over and turn and wipe out his own people. And so when you say, did we desert?
I can definitely understand your perspective.
It was really, like I say, the high-level ones I knew were corrupt and out to get me. That's because we were very successful in these raids that we would go out and hit a number of times and picking up supply dumps. There's photos of that around, and capturing weapons and all of that. But, you go for what,
Yeah. Well, what did you do when you got back home? What did you get into?
Went to the next assignment.
What was the next assignment?
Well, like I say, I went, trying to think, 69 was at Fort Hood. Became a Battalion 3, S3 operations officer.
When did you start to get into Army intelligence?
That comes along later. Several steps in between, but I ended up getting selected to go to, this is by 1979, I got selected to go to Command and General Staff College at Fort Leavenworth, which was not terribly stressful. And so I wrote an article that was called The New Middle Battlefield. And this talked about remote viewing and psychokinesis, and a lot of it had come out of what the Soviets were doing. And I was, I wrote that at the school, then was assigned as a Department of Army Inspector General. And so I get there, and there's several, and coincidence or synchronicity just keeps recurring through this. When I wrote the article, frankly, I didn't think it would get published, but it was an area of interest, and I had been looking at the Soviet stuff. And by the way, you'll catch me because I interject Soviet and Russian all that, but this was Soviet era, the bad old days. And so I submitted the article to military review. serendipity would have it that the editor of Military Review at that time had had a near-death experience. So this thing of being out of body and that was that. So instead of just an article that he chooses to print, it became the front, the cover article, and it went out. Now, at this time, I didn't know about Joe, and they actually had a remote viewing. It was a thing that said we probably ought to be doing this stuff, and something in the Iron Curtain, we knew that the Soviets were, heavily doing this. So it was just gee, isn't that interesting? In my view, that's what it was. Well, there was a muckraker in Washington called Jack Anderson. I don't know if you remember him or not. He was I don't know who you'd equate him to today, but he was one of the top journalists that would come up with, unusual things, and you look at the bad government, look what they're doing, and catch it. So he writes an article called The Voodoo Warriors of the Pentagon, talking about us, and basically got it wrong. Well, this raised hell. See, nothing had happened when the article first broke, but now it's in the Washington Post and a bunch of other journals, newspapers around the world. The voodoo warriors are, wasting your money. Well, so I'm sitting at my desk in the bowels, and there literally are bowels in the Pentagon. And this guy comes roaring in, and he was from the Assistant Chief of Staff of Intelligence. And he goes, "Did you write this letter or this article?" "Yeah." "Well, don't you know the procedure for getting it cleared?" "Yeah." And I just happened to have the paperwork with me. I don't know why, but it was there. And he was screaming and going like, "Wait a minute, is this your office?" He goes, oh. So it had been cleared. Fast forward years later, I'm doing a session at INSCOM, and talking about some of these things. This guy raises his hand. He says, "Did you write an article in the Military Review?" He says, "Would you like to meet the guy who cleared it?" Apparently got his ass handed to him. On that. So, it was what had happened. There was a bunch of things that intertwined, but we're in about 80, 81, 82. Serendipity. The wife of a retired colonel is the friend of a wife of DepSec Def. And she runs a workshop and, conferences on weird stuff. And by now I'm talking openly about what the Soviets are doing and whatnot. Still didn't know about the program. So General Stilwell, he's retired, so he's back as a civilian. I think he's Deputy Secretary of Defense, maybe Undersecretary, but, the number 2 guy on the Pentagon, okay? Yeah. So through the wives, they got a call, and they asked me to come up and brief him on this stuff. Now, lieutenant colonels, which I was at the time, do not go into the Secretariat without a flag officer as a head bobber. Well, that didn't happen. And so we went up and had a very nice, he says, "Well, who do you work for?" And I explained where I was. And, okay. So I went back to my desk. So that was interesting. And about, this was around 1 o'clock that I came back, and about 4:20 that afternoon, our chief of staff comes in and says, "Tomorrow morning, you don't work here anymore." This guy had reached down and moved me. Just had no idea the impact it would have. And that's, I went under Thurman initially, who was then the desk personnel. He was a 3-star at that time. And then the stuff we were doing was getting darker, and so that's when I moved over to INSCOM under Stubblebine.
I would like to rewind for just a minute.
Okay.
So let's go back to, you wrote the article about remote viewing, out-of-body experiences that got published. What is it that led you to write that article? Because that sounds like a very important turning point in your career.
Oh, no, no, by this time I had been interested in phenomena of various sort. And one of the biggies was, in, quote, the Bermuda Triangle, and there was an area out there that had dived on what we think is pre-cataclysmic civilizations. And so I had personal interest. And when I was in Hawaii, had done a number of talks and met with people, and I was getting more actively involved. Some of the things, we go back even further. Yeah, in Thailand, I had gone out and met with, their version of psychics. Also, in Vietnam, physically inside my camp was a Buddhist monastery. My main interpreter had been a Buddhist monk for 6 years. And so these are areas where we were, talking on, kind of extensively. So these kinds of things had led up to, like I say, writing the article.
Is there anything specific that was a profound experience?
No.
Nothing.
No.
It was all talking to.
No epiphany.
Okay.
It was just kind of generic, more and more and more. The synchronicities keep happening, being in the right place at the right time and hearing about stories. Now, huge things had happened by the time I was at, I think a sequence, 1980. So had become interested in near-death experiences. Trying to think of the sequence on this. I had done a master's, and I was getting ready I was working on a doctorate degree at the time. I was getting ready to grind out a dissertation, because that's what you've got to do. And this was one of these, this is kind of a huge shift in thought here, but it's coincidental, because I was back at, now in Atlanta, Fort McPherson, and I went to a lecture by Elizabeth Kubler-Ross, which was kind of interesting. And from that, I went to a life, death, and transition workshop that she was doing. And that was unique. I was just on leave. Military hadn't sent me there. But about half of the people who attended were medical of some kind, nurses, doctors, etc., interested in what she's talking about. And a quarter of people were, like me, just kind of generically interested. The other quarter were dying. So, I mean, you talk about an emotionally charged experience. That was at my roommate at where we were staying there. I forget what, the Midline Granuloma, but he had literally, his face was being eaten off, and and going to be terminal, and a lot of the people were like that. So that was really powerful. So I came back, and I was at McPherson, and I just sent Elizabeth a letter and said, "Gee, that was really powerful. Thank you." Blah blah. So I'm in the office. About a couple of months later, the phone rings, and it's Elizabeth's secretary, and she says, "Now I'm getting ready to go to physically do the dissertation." And she says, "Look, Elizabeth is going to be in Atlanta tomorrow. Can you meet her? She's got a few hours between flights." This was in the days we could, go out to the gate and all that. I said, "Well, yeah, sure." So anyway, she flies in, and I meet her, and she says, I probably know 1,000 people in Atlanta, and I chose you to call, and I have no idea why. I said, I think I'm supposed to ask you a question. Would you do the committee? She says, oh, yes. So, like I said, you cannot program those kinds of things. The rest sort of is history, but that was a piece because, see, she and Raymond Moody, who had was the one who kind of wrote Life After Life and was talking about near-death experiences and that. In the meantime, when I'm in IG, I had met. We were doing teaching courses at Command and General Staff College, and I was introduced to a guy. This gets into the really weird stuff, but this was one of the most impactful near-death cases because it goes back to Vietnam. And what had happened, Jim, they were flying on Cobras. You know how the Cobras lined up. You have front seat and the back seat. He's front seat. And they're out alone, and normally you fly, snakes went in pairs. You didn't fly alone. Well, they were flying alone and went out over this forested area, and all of a sudden the 51 opens up on them, hits thing, and breaks his leg, even the chick is there, and cuts the controls between the front seat and the back seat. And there's nothing in the area. There's a tiny area, but it's not big enough to auto-rotate into. So what they do is, he says he pulls the nose up. Now, Jim says he pulls the nose up. Now, the point here is we know the controls had been shot away between the front seat and the back seat, but he still brought the plane up. And the reason was to come in, boom, first. This was not going to be good, but it was to absorb the shock and ameliorate the shock as you're coming down. The other important aspect is you don't know the orientation of the helicopter because the blade's turning until after it's beaten itself to death on the ground. So it does that. And what Jim says, the thing started, literally his face is burned off. The pilot, the area had caught fire. Very bad day. So not only a broken leg, face is burned. So they hit, and next thing he knows, he's out of his body up above, and he can see the orientation of the helicopter. This is what gets critical, and he can see that the way it's lined up off the nose, about a click and a half out in front, is a friendly fire support base. Jungle all around them, other than that. But you have to have had the positions from above to look down to see the orientation. So the back seat is out, and he's running away. The canopies went this way. And he looks back, and about that time, Jim looks up. Oh, in the meantime, he's out of his body, he sees that, and there's a hooded figure. Describes as male, and not sure why, and he says, what are you doing here? He says, well, I'm trying to help them, not I'm in trouble or something. He says, I'm trying to help them. And he says, what, don't you know? He says, no, what? You're not dead yet. And with that, he lifts up. Back seat is running away and sees Jim move, so he runs back and grabs him out and says, I thought you were dead. You haven't moved, since we were hit. A lot of other stuff happened, but they get into an argument about there's a fire support base, and the pilot's saying it's off this direction, and Jim is saying, no, it's off this direction. And pain is now setting in, and he's not in a position to argue, and so he hides behind some higher big anthills that are in the area. And about this time, VC's coming in, coming after them, and so the guy goes off in this direction. Jim hides. He'd actually decided to commit suicide if he was captured because he knew wounded prisoners were not going to be treated well. But they miss him. friendly base comes in, sends people out. They saw the crash and they send somebody out. So now they come in with a jungle penetrator. And this is the only case that I've had in this. So he's lifted up. So he's now physically replicating his out-of-the-body position. And he can see the orientation of the helicopter, relative position to the fire support base, and say, this guy's lost. And was able to, before he passes out, say, by the way, the pilot went out over here, and they went out and found him.
Whoa. Wow.
But like I say, it's the only case I have where you have, from an out-of-body perspective, and then physically replicate it and find out, now it's accurate.
Have you ever heard of that since then, or this is the only time you've heard?
No, like I say, I know, well, later, again, I guess when I was in IG, no, it was after I joined INSCOM that I became the president of the International Association for Near-Death Studies. So I heard lots and lots of cases, and we can get into some of those. But there are people who have had things that have been authenticated that they saw, but never one where they physically get taken up and see it, and it becomes life-saving.
Wow. I could see how that would capture your interest to write that article.
Yeah.
So moving forward again, you write the article, General removes you from the unit and puts you in INSCOM. What does INSCOM stand for?
Oh, Intelligence and Security Command.
What was your position at INSCOM?
Well, we called it the Chief of Human Technology. He created the position. People used to ask what I do, and I said, well, I'm a freelance colonel.
Chief of Human Technology. That sounds fascinating.
Yeah. Well, we were looking at, and this is where we get into other aspects. You talk to Joe, the remote viewing program is going. Stubblebine is very interested. Funding is an issue that's pretty significant here because it was a time when you had a fair amount of funding that, could be used. It's still true to some area, but discretional funding, we didn't have to. And Bert was interested. And there's an important figure by the name of Jack Houck who comes into this. And Jack is at McDonnell Douglas at the time. And he had watched Uri Geller and had come up with the, quote, spoon bending process that is now popular. And so some friends, he used to come to Washington because he was also a CEO, did contract work for CIA. And so he was back and forth in Washington. So we heard about this, and he was just starting, he's got to be 82, just starting the spoon bending thing. And what he had found is that this was a teachable skill. And he had based it on the stuff that Geller was doing. But he was having parties and would invite groups of people in. And we heard about that. We had one. So that's kind of, I told Stubblebine about it. And he said, well, let's see if we can do that. So I got a hold of Jack and invited him to, I was then in an apartment high-rise in Washington, Northern Virginia area. And we have PK party. So we're sitting kind of on the floor, walking around in more or less a semicircle. And there were some significant people there. People know the history. Andrea Poharic was there. I don't know if you know him, but this goes back into World War II, where he was interested and had worked with the agency. And I mean, these are heavy hitters in the psi phenomena and R&D area. And so Bert's sitting there, much like we are now, and there was a medium who was there. Another one of the key people had been Rickover's technical director, and who knew the medium and brought her. But anyway, in the way it works is you go through an hour or so, and some of the stuff's physical, so it's hard to say whether that has any significance. But the graduate session, you end up holding two forks like this that are matched and no physical force. And so she's sitting directly across from Bert, and her thing goes, bloop,
No way.
with no physical force. That's who we got. Oh, shit.
You saw this.
This is real. Yeah.
Here's the situation. You've got China, Russia, Ukraine, the border. The banks seem to be collapsing. Plus, the Chinese just negotiated with Iran, Saudi Arabia, and Brazil to drop the US dollar. And most Americans, including myself, feel that we're in a recession right now. But despite all the evidence, I can't tell you what's going to happen for sure. Nobody can. Yet when it comes to your money, you should understand what's at stake. That's why I partnered with Goldco to possibly help at times like this. Go to ShawnLikesGold.com or call 855-936-GOLD to get your free gold and silver kit. The kit shows you how to defend your money with precious metals and how listeners of the show could get up to $10,000 in bonus silver. Go to ShawnLikesGold.com or call 855-936-GOLD to get your free gold and silver kit. I can't predict the future, but I can certainly prepare for it. So go to ShawnLikesGold.com or call 855-936-GOLD now. Performance may vary. Consult with your tax attorney or financial professional before making an investment decision. 1 in 5 Americans have learn a new language on their bucket list. If that's you, make 2024 the year you finally check it off the list with Babbel. Be a better you in 2024 with Babbel, the science-backed language learning app that actually works. Don't pay hundreds of dollars for private tutors or waste hours on apps that don't really help you speak the language. Babbel's quick 10-minute lessons are handcrafted by over 200 language experts to help you start speaking a new language in as little as 3 weeks. Babbel is designed by real people for real conversations. Babbel's courses are fast, convenient, and are great for my busy schedule. Babbel has over 16 million subscriptions sold, plus all of Babbel's 14 award-winning language courses are backed by their 20-day money-back guarantee. Here's a special. For a limited-time deal, our listeners right now get 50% off a one-time payment for a lifetime Babbel subscription, but only for our listeners at Babbel.com/SRS. Get 50% off at Babbel.com/SRS, spelled Babbel, BABBEL.com/SRS. Rules and restrictions may apply. Visit Babbel.com for terms and details.
I've had later experiences, but I learned how to teach it and ran these things for a while. But it was this thing, like I say, in front of the commander, just drops a full 90 degrees with no physical force. Said, need to look at this. So started doing serious studies and then, we had, we would have love-ins. We had 06 commands around the world. And so every quarter, the commanders would come in and discuss what are you going to do, what's going forward, what's happening literally in the world at the time. Remember, this is the bad old days. We're still talking Soviet Union. And so he was very interested so I ended up running sessions for them, which was not always appreciated by the folks that was interested. But the point, because I always get a question, is what are you going to do, Ben's tank barrels? And you go, no, computers. And remember, computers are just emerging. I can move let's think about moving electrons. And the key issue there is I don't have to destroy, I just have to make computers unreliable. A lot of stuff there. But anyway, the big lesson that Bert wanted to get in, it really didn't have to do with the psychokinesis. It had to do with don't eliminate things just because you don't understand it. See, we had been blindsided by the Soviets several times. Sputnik, for instance, was one, and there were several others. Joe, did he talk about the submarine?
Yes, he did.
I mean, that was one that was oh, wow. And the point was, we had all the information, and our boat builders said, don't believe it. We never heard if it would go to depth, anything that big would crush, et cetera, et cetera. And we didn't have any word at the time of a radically different Soviet subsystem. And as you know from the thing, he came out and he had laid out, the tubes are forward of the sail and that sort of thing. So our point was that had happened to us on several occasions, and when you look back, you found out you had the information, but it had been disregarded. So the idea to these colonels was, don't just disregard something because you don't do it, because you've now had personal experience with things that happened that you didn't think could happen. And so that was one of the emphases that...
What was that like for you to be in that room when that spoon hit 90? I mean, that was
a no shit moment. That was because I had seen a little bit of bending before, but nothing that dramatic. Now I've seen even more dramatic since. There was one of these where Levins, we were doing at Xerox Center. This is one where I can't send you I have the forks on it. But same thing, we're in a semicircle and I'm doing it, and there's grumbling. I mean, face it, there were people who didn't like the stuff going on. And it happened to be a lieutenant colonel who was a liaison from Europe who was in the session and holds it up, and same thing, the thing drops a full 90 degrees. And they scream. And I'm going, but I did not see that. But I have a GS-18, the science advisor behind does. And so we're looking, and there was the guy next to him that yelled, and this thing just fell over. But then with everybody watching, it came back up, went down, came about halfway back up and stopped. I mean, literally waved. Now, that's the end of one. I've only seen that happen one time, but it was really significant. Had some other pretty good bending that happened that night, but absolutely no physical force and this thing moving, Now, I said, I have them. The reason he put that down, and he said, I wish that hadn't happened. Scared him. I mean, normally we let people take the stuff home with them. And it scared him so badly that he just left it. And I still have those forks.
You still
now,
have
I understand he went back to Europe. He was American, but, liaison there, and did it once more and just said, enough, don't want to do that again. Scared him. But fortunately, at the time, the initial incident, we had our shrink with us. We had to put him back together before we sent him home because it was that big a deal.
Yeah. Wow. What, I have a handful of things that you guys were studying, it seems. I have a handful of things that you guys were studying at INSCOM, and one of them is the Hutchinson effect. Mm. Can you describe the Hutchinson effect?
Not effectively. John Hutchison, there's a video, and I don't have the tape of it. What had happened was George Hathaway, who's a double E from Toronto, and another guy came in, and they had a movie of these events happening, and the problem is not a single thing. Stuff would levitate. I mean, heavy items would levitate. Things would disintegrate. There was one photo, they had two pieces of wood with a rat tail file in between it, and it's just being exposed to this field effect. And you see the thing look like a filament on a light, back in the old filament days there, and you see it light up, burn, and drop. It literally burns in two. More exciting, pick it up after and it's cold. And, again, these are things that can't, and there are any number of effects. John Hutchison is alive and well and now in California.
On the subatomic level, I feel that there is a dimension shift activated by very conventional electrostatics, RF fields that I use, and Tesla waves that I use, that actually form a keyway that opens up another area of time and space that may activate the zero-point energy fields and interdimensional reactions, let's say, to gravitational waves and time waves, or chronons, if you wish. Perhaps we're dealing in chronons and gravitons, which are maybe particles.
At that time, he was in Vancouver, and I put him under contract to replicate things. And the big problem, like with many of these phenomena, control still doesn't have it. Lots of strange things happen, but you can't control the event. They had others with PVC exposed, and the PVC parts of it disintegrate. He had a drive shaft. By the way, the guy was a pauper. I mean, had no money, no money. But he was interested in Tesla. So what he would do is he would look at pictures of Nikola Tesla and try to figure out what they were doing. The only saving grace, because he had all this crap that was in there, was just... And fortunately, Hathaway went in and actually kept records of what this was, but still couldn't control the thing. But you had metal, again, it's just exposed to a field that would twist and burn, and, some stuff would be affected, others wouldn't. And it just totally, to this day, pretty much uncontrolled, though he's doing it. This is one, and I'll digress, but I think ought to be in there. We now have, the Army has something called the Future Command that is looking at what's the war going to look like, very different. And I got in touch with them. I actually sent a letter to the commanding general. We did a number of these things. Think somebody ought to take a look. I had no thinking that the four-star general would get it, but I thought it would go to the staff or something. I have not even heard a peep out of them. I tried to tell them, we don't understand this stuff, but, here's the roads we've been down. Wouldn't somebody be willing to take a look? Abject silence. With Hutchison, well, what happened was I had provided him with enough funding to move this thing. Well, the problem was he was living in a housing complex in Vancouver, and he would do this stuff. And what he would do is, by the way, how he found it is kind of interesting. What he wanted to do is to make sparks. He literally had Van de Graaff generators and things like that because he liked to sit there and sparks. The way he found it, threw something in, and this thing came flying out. And he picks it up and throws it back in, and it comes flying out. And you're going like, what's this? Well, the real problem was that he was working in the basement of an area. We think that the piping was probably part of it, but he was screwing up everybody's TV in the area. So they did not like that. So made him move. It's not cable TV like you think of today. This was the stuff that went through the air at the time. So I got a hold of a guy, and he and George were working with him, and we said, okay, we're going to pay you to replicate this event. Okay, so they they're in a warehouse that's totally empty, and you can get all the way around it. And what I did is I gave them a bunch of metal. I had various metal samples and had cut them in half. I was operating out of Fort Belvoir at the time. So half of the metal is in a safe at Belvoir, and the other half that I sent to them. So we agreed to have show and tell. And I have a team of scientists, 2 of them from Los Alamos, and promise not to denigrate anybody. But anyway, I had 4 others, including myself. So we go to show. So I arrive a day early. Just want to make sure things are working. And they're really excited. Hey, we had this thing levitating. And so all we did was turn it off, leave everything setting. The idea was tomorrow we'll turn it back on and everything's right in place. Even if it's unusual, it'll happen. They come in, we turn it on, and damned if the power supply doesn't catch fire and burn up on the spot. And it turns out there was so we spent the rest of the day, they were trying to find another power supply to it. The bottom line is nothing happened during that. Now, in the meantime, Jack Houck again had given me some molybdenum rods. And the point was that molybdenum was treated differently and had never had success with anybody trying to bend it. And I had given them rods, and I had some parallel ones. Damned if they didn't give me one back with an S-curve in it. How that happened, don't know. Interestingly, one of the questions was, were we looking at psychokinetic effects? Because I had asked John, are you part of the system? And he would say, yes. Well, I get excited and it bends. But when I asked George about it, he says, no, it bends or whatever happens. And then he gets excited. So whether this is a macro PK event or whatnot, don't know. But there was certainly a series of very unusual things that were happening and still happen. Since nothing happened in our experiments, we went back, and damned if one of the 2 guys from Los Alamos didn't write this really nasty. I don't know if you know Tom Bearden or not, but he had a whole thing about how Tom had slipped into the country and done this, and it was just terribly convoluted. I mean, all he had to say was, we came, we saw, nothing happened, anything. Instead, it's this very nasty gram, and, So, yeah, we couldn't go forward, but Jack did get funding and do it, but similar sorts of things. The stuff would happen just outside the camera range and that. But it's almost like the ranch. Strange things happen and you really can't explain it.
What year is this?
Well, mine is going to be 82, maybe 83. I'm still in touch with him, though. That's why I know he's got a lab in Northern California, but has a lot of health problems, but is still continuing and gets, the news come in and wow, and it's wonderful, but nobody has been able to, establish the parameters and have it on a replicable basis.
How long, so you get moved into INSCOM, and how long was it before you started seeing metal bending, levitation, departicleization?
I can't give you the exact time, but
is this all happening at once?
I'd have to go back and look because it depends on when it was all predicated on Jack coming to town and, they say, doing the first one, and then the one that I set up with Stubblebine. And Ann Gaiman is the one who had the thing drop on us. And it's about the same time, because I'm still working with ions, totally civilian side. This is near-death studies. Just remember driving up there and stuff being bent. In fact, the next one we actually had was the ions board going like, wow. So, see, the problem is these things keep getting intertwined. It's not all sequential and that. It's,
yeah. What? I have a couple other questions. What is primary perception?
Oh, not a simple one. Primary perception has to do with the guy by the name of Cleve Baxter. Now, Baxter's also fundamentally involved in that because Hal Puthoff and them knew about him, and so he's one that kind of got remote viewing going. This was before Joe and that. That's a name that Cleve gave to the effect. Now, Cleve's history, during World War II, he had been in counterintelligence in the Army, went to CIA when it was formed, and was the guy who developed the polygraph system that's still used. So he's teaching polygraphy, and because of that, he's got scientific equipment. So the initial question was, he was living in New York at the time, he had large plants there, and he said, I wonder if when I pour water into here, how long does it take to get to the leaves? A simple, straightforward question, So he hooks up his polygraph with like a GSR, the galvanic skin response thing that measures moisture, right? So he puts it on the leaf, pours the water in, watches it, but he leaves the thing hooked up. And the way this is going through is, so it's going out to the polygraph, so he's keeping track of, when the moisture changes and that. Over time, just hooked up in his apartment, he was a bachelor, and he notices this thing's wiggling from time to time. What is it that's causing it? I'm not pouring water in there. And so he came to the understanding that the plant was reacting to the physical emotions of things around it at the time. And where the experiments got really interesting was, he started with, went over and burned the leaf. And you get a response from the polygraph. Oh, that's weird. He says, then it got to the point where he would think about burning the leaf and the plant's responding. And you're going, this is the primary. What is it that this guy's thinking about doing harm to a plant and it is physically responding in a way that can be monitored? Step beyond that was we went into monitoring oral leukocytes, white cells from the mouth. And he was able to do, he would take a person's sample, put it inside a Faraday cage, it's running through, you have electrodes in it that are running back through the polygraph that's being recorded, then he'd film it. And then the individual would be exposed. Sometimes what they do is have them send them home and say, watch certain TV programs, because you know that certain emotional events are going to happen, but you don't know when. So by recording them together, you're able to see that the leaves are responding to the emotional event that the person is observing at another location. Oh, it gets better. Believe me.
Is it in the same room?
No.
How does it know?
Because the white cells are the connection. The person's white cells are being monitored, even though now where we were interested, did Joe come up with General Dozier, that case, where he was kidnapped? Well, that was one of our interests. How is there a way that you can monitor people at a distance if you had, the cells online, and simple things like alive or dead? That would tell you, what kind of rescue operations you might want to launch. So it gets interesting. So one of the things I did was, again, I had Cleve under contract, and I replicate the system at Fort Belvoir. It was really interesting. We went out there to do it. He was completely cooperative and showed us how to do it. So I had a senior scientist from a night vision lab go with me and to watch it, because he's going to build the system for me. And so I said, okay, here's all the material, how it goes. And he goes, but there's a piece missing. I said, well, the piece missing is what I'll take care of. And in fairness, he said, look, I have chosen this much of the universe for me. You can move things about in there, but don't tell me I have to relearn physics, because I don't want to hear it. In fairness, he replicated it, and I was replicating what Phil was doing, or what Cleve was doing back at Fort Belvoir. So one of the times we went out to, he was in the San Diego area. So I out there, so we set up a 3-screen. So I'm the one who donates the cells. They've got me on the polygraph and on the video camera. And I let them screw around and get things that would be emotional. I could beat the polygraph, but not the white cells. I mean, the white cells said there's an emotional contact, and the polygraph is no deception indicated.
Wow.
Now, if you wanted the real wow, comes later. So 87 time frame. General Thurman, who's then the vice, gets the National Academy of Science or National Research Council, and he knows that the Army has been looking at a lot of weird stuff. And so he asks them to do a study of all of the unusual things we had doing. And I appeared before him several times. And initial is, you got the wrong group. Nice folks, all that, but there was only one person who knew anything about psi phenomena, and he was from a founding member of the Skeptic Society. I mean, he was, we could ask about him. That's Ray Hyman. We can discuss him later. But so I got the wrong folks. So we've told them about the various things that we're doing. And so they're going to have a meeting at Scripps, which happens to be in San Diego. Said, hey, this is a good place we can do a show and tell. We will take them to Cleve's lab. By this time, Cleve is out in San Diego area. He's running his polygraph school there. And he's on the 6th floor of a building. When I draw it, I usually, if you're looking from the top down, one wing is the classroom where these things are going. The other, actually where he lives and has all of this equipment going on. So, same thing. When you're doing a thing for the academy, you don't want to know it worked yesterday. You want to know things are working today. So I had arrived early, and the group is coming. And so they agreed to take two. Well, what happens is I donate cells, and we set it up, so it's monitoring me. And then, so they come, and 2 of them go to the lab, and everybody else goes into the classroom where Cleve is going to give a description. Now, Cleve was one of those people where you ask him what time it is and you get the history of chronometers. So what happens is I'm in there watching, he says, oh, God, he just, Cleve, you got to get going. You're losing these folks because he's going to give kind of the history, and I'm going to say, by the way, I've independently replicated this at Fort Belvoir. So what happens is finally he gets off and he gets my turn. So I stand up to talk, and I'm basically got to hurry it up. In about 90 seconds, his lab assistant comes running in and says, what happened 90 seconds ago? I said, well, that's when I started talking. He says, well, this machine just went wild. I can show you these tapes. I got something. It is now just going on. Well, I can tell you that telling the National Academy of Science the universe is not built the way they think it is can be emotionally stimulating, because that's what I was telling them, And so what happened is, and you see throughout the time that I'm talking until they run in and they rip it off, it just went wild. And I am considerable distance from my wife. We had forgotten that they were running because they were going to set up to do somebody else.
So let me make sure I'm understanding this correctly. So you have a polygraph machine hooked up to your cells. To your white cells.
Right.
You have nothing hooked up to you.
No.
When you get an emotional response.
But I understand I am a considerable distance away. There's a number of brick walls between me and that thing, yes.
So your emotional response is communicating with the white blood cells in a completely separate room through brick walls. And the polygraph machine is measuring the emotional response.
Yeah, and it went wild.
This is why you told me not to be messing around with photons and electrons the other day on the phone, isn't it?
Well, there is no rational explanation for why I had done it at 50 miles or so. It was from Belvoir to Arlington Hall. At that time, INSCOM was at Arlington Hall Station, and I had the lab set up down at Fort Belvoir. So I am going to see Stubblebine, and I know I'm going to tell him no to something he does not want to hear. And sure enough, now this isn't one where you have the instantaneous, absolute control, but I drive up there and you definitely see a response to my cells, 50 miles from
50
the event.
50 miles?
Yep.
50 miles.
Yep. But see, when Cleve kept primary perception, we don't think distance should make any difference. So it's not physical difference, it's, what is the connection? In this case, we do know that's between the cells that are being monitored, and they're responding to the emotional state of the donor.
Is this like particle entanglement? What is this?
Could be. Yeah. What's with Bell's theorem? You spin one way and distance should not make a difference.
What's the farthest you guys tested this?
Well, that was probably that 50, from Belvoir to Arlington. And again, that's not nearly as exact. The real exact one, again, was when we were in the building. Mm-hmm. And again, straight line distance, you had, 2 brick walls and several internal walls between us and the equipment.
What did the spectators think about that?
The report came out, and there was no word whatsoever mentioning it.
Nothing.
Yeah. It was just totally ignored.
What are your thoughts about the plants at the time responding to human emotion?
Not a word.
What did you think?
Oh, well, that's what got us interested. And then, from beyond, that's interesting, but what can you do with this?
Do you think it means humans can communicate with plant life?
Oh, absolutely. There's no doubt about that. And Chris Bird wrote books. I mean, there's several books written on that. And the same with plants respond to music and things of that nature. Yeah, but we thought, again, the more interesting aspect was not just the plants. Well, we're getting some very fundamental issues, but the whole deal of the role of consciousness and that everything really is interconnected and in ways that we couldn't possibly imagine.
Wow. Let's keep going down some of these different things that you guys studied. What is neuro-linguistic programming?
Ooh. Interestingly, the NLP, or neuro-linguistic program, was the one thing that this panel said probably had some application.
They said none of the other stuff had any practical application?
Well, they believed NLP because the amount of research that went into it is high. Now, okay, this was invented by John Grinder and Richard Bandler. A little publicity, but there's a new movie out called Altered States by Richard Bandler, which addresses all of these. And yeah, I'm in it with some others who did have practical application. It is that there is a physical response that's stored in the body. And you may have heard of things like anchoring or imaging, mirroring and things. How do you increase compatibility between one person that has very practical applications? Now, the issue, when it was formed, what they did is they looked at Fritz Perls, Virginia Satir, and one of the Ericksons. And the question was, why is it that these people have very rapid success in treating individuals, and people who take their techniques and, continue on, the effects kind of dissipate? And so they had come up with kind of it was a critical path model of saying these three people who were the primary ones, that were doing certain things that people don't follow up on exactly enough. Now, we're so many applications. One of them was that, again, the bad old days, we had things called LTs, or legal travelers. And this is when you're getting into the spy routine. And they were interested. So somebody comes out from the Soviet Union. It's known that they're coming out, they're going back. That's why it's illegal travelers going back and forth. So you want to know, did the KGB count them and turn them? So you've got to be able to reestablish rapport very quickly. And they were using these techniques for that. And of course, then they're doing polygraph and all of the other things on it. But that was one of the practical applications. I had Richard Bandler under contract. I'm convinced he's the real brain. John Grinder, and another guy you may know called Tony Robbins. And these guys were under contract to us. So our practical application, we did something called Project Jedi. This was multi-agency that I was running, and one of the things all agencies had together was they shot things. And the other is that it's highly quantifiable. You hit the target, you didn't hit the target. There's no I feel better or didn't. Now remember that when NLP was formed, it was formed to fix broken people. i.e. help in therapeutic modalities. Our question was, we got really good people. How do we make them better? And so kind of a different application to it. So in Jedi, what we did is we said, okay, we went out to the world, could have got anybody, said, who's the best pistol shooters in the world? And the answer came back, you ought to be looking at the Army Marksmanship Unit. So we brought in the Army champion, the inter-service champion, and their boss, and worked with them. In fairness, Tony was one of the ones working with us, but we went through the whole model of how do you shoot, and all. Also key was, what do you think about shooting? And for them, shooting's a good thing. You can protect your life, you can make a living off of it, and all of that. Physically, we would have them shoot, and you could get them way the hell off balance, and they would hit the target pretty well. But there was vast difference in their technique. When they came in, one of them, they came in, he opened the box, put it on, put on his glasses, did a whole bunch of, if you interrupted him, took his hat off, put the glasses, went back to the, another one to go, yeah, okay, and he'd go back to shooting. So obviously all this other stuff is not critical. But we developed what we called basically the critical path model. What is it that makes a good shooter? And then we took two groups of people. They were split, kind of paired sample. They were all military. Many of them had never shot a .45 before. And the other thing about .45 is people would say, it's a terrible weapon. You do better throwing it than shooting it. And so we took a group, we designed a process using NLP, and then we took one group that we trained, one group that the Army Marksmanship Unit trained using their procedure. Our problem became that everybody had qualified using the NLP technique within the first day. By noon the next day, everybody was shooting expert. I mean, there was no place to go. The Army Marksmanship Unit went their 4.5-day course and shot. So we've got an obvious advantage in ammunition and those sorts of things right off the bat. The other thing that we did do, though, is we took, a lot of it was visualization. Well, I'll give you one of the big aha. And credit Tony for coming up with this. It was called the success cycle. The point here was, normally when you shoot, you put the thing out 25 meters, whatever it is, you shoot until you hit the target and then keep going. We didn't do that. The target started at point blank range, and you could not miss. That's what we call the success model. You could not fail. And then kept moving it back until you were doing it. So you learn success from the beginning, and that was really critical. And like I say, within a day and a half, we got everybody at the expert level on it. And it was unfortunate. We had started into another project right after that, besides shooting. One of the questions that came up, again, we're in the battle days, and the Soviets are still there, and they had an issue with NSA and listening, see what they would do. Remember, there's a fist. They're using Morse code and sending things. And yeah, everything is encrypted, but there was a lot of background chatter. Before they would start sending the message, hi, how are you? Blah, 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 and they got to learn people what they called fist. The problem was there were two. One, the Soviets were much faster than our people. They're going to 60 words a minute, and ours are kind of maxing at 20, 25. The big problem was we sent people to school, and by the time they would go to school for a long time, go on leave, report to the next unit, they have to be retrained. The skills were not training. The big aha was we were asking the wrong questions. The selection criteria was who are smart people, that's good. Who can type, that's probably pretty good. The critical question, what kind of stereo equipment do you have? The point is, what you were looking for, and they didn't know it, were audiophiles, people that hear differently. That was the critical component to it, as opposed to can you type and are you smart?
What do you mean what do you mean people that hear differently?
Well, the reason people are audiophiles, and I've got one, I mean, you see the extent of his equipment, it just blows me away. I mean, being deaf, I just can't hear very much anyway. But these people were, had very finely attuned hearing and were investing in that, in the kinds of equipment that they would buy just on their own. So that was the critical question. Now, you could have, and we did not go. We ended up getting, it's about the time that Bert got terminated, and we had to end the studies. But, it was just the things these were kind of out of the blue sort of things that you would not have anticipated, but you could learn. Again, the basic thing is a critical path model and knowing what you're looking for. It has tremendous application. Now, some of the things I saw Richard do, and again, I'm still in contact and whatnot with him. We had a guy who was working with us who was CIA. His name's Andre. He was the only guy who got captured in Lebanon that we got back alive. And of course, after that, he couldn't go back undercover and that because he'd been captured. So what happened? He says, well, the cavalry came over the hill at just the last second because they were about to do him in. But the point there is, this is really a strong emotional event. And we were able to go back and recreate history as if that event never happened. Now, these are fairly sophisticated techniques in that, but you're literally changing the history and got him to where he could pass a polygraph as if he had never been kidnapped.
No kidding.
So, like I say, it's very significant in the applications that were there.
Are they still studying
Who
these?
is they?
The government, whatever programs.
Not as far as I know. And as I said, I know Richard. I talked to him a few months ago, and he was in Vegas. And now they do teach commercial courses that are available. Now, this is one of the problems. This is why I mentioned before Futures Command, trying to explain to them, what we did and where to go, and were you successful. There were failures too, of course. But, trying to get them to not have to relearn history. But we have a propensity for reinventing wheels on a continuous basis.
There's a story about a turtle.
Okay.
Can you tell us that?
Oh, no, that's that's a little different. The turtle was the name when you fit the guy who fills a slot behind you and it comes up behind you. And that was one where the guy who had taken my position as an S1 in Hawaii, and I bumped into him years later, and he had been assigned to the Military Personnel Center. Now, understand, from the time I went to CGSC until I retired, I was never assigned by the system. It was always one general to another, and then he would tell them, fix it. And I happened to bump into him, and I knew he was at Milpersan, and he says, I had to keep your file in my drawer for like no money, because nobody knew what to do with it. No place to put it.
Wow. So how long were you at INSCOM?
Not sure, 2 to 3 years.
2 or 3
What
years?
happened is Stubblebine was forced into retirement, and they knew I couldn't stay there because the guy coming in, Ed Soyster, had taken his place, who was not, of all things, he was an artillery officer, not even an intelligence officer. But the big system was not happy, and the program had morphed and now gone to DIA. And they knew that I would not survive in that environment. So this was when I went to, with the same thing. It was a personal handoff. We went and found there was a 3-star at Army Materiel Command who was amenable to these sorts of things. And so I went to work for them. So most of these things, you got to really had a day job. And that was definitely true when I got to AMC and all the UFO stuff and that. During the period at INSCOM, it was when I had a lot more flexibility, but did the other things. Most of the time had, an assignment you could fall back on.
Yeah.
More than a cover story, but you actually did a job.
Okay. What were you also studying out-of-body experience when you were at INSCOM?
Well, yeah, I'm familiar with sensory deprivation. I actually had a sensory deprivation tank because when you get into near-death experiences, and remember, this is where all these things, the time frame blend back and feathers, so you have civilian and military applications concurrently in many areas. In NDEs, near-death experience, autoscopic, what they call is seeing your body from being outside, is one of the critical things. And then one of the issues that had come up with remote viewing is, where's consciousness? And there are some studies. What's the guy's name? There was a guy at Maimonides had done some studies, and they were wondering whether or not is consciousness as we know it is here, or is it physically at the location, and is that a requirement? Alex Tanis is the guy's name. And the experiments there were they had him, because he said, I'm going out of my body. And what they did is they put at a different location inside the same building. They had a target, but the target was generated in such a way, they had like wheels and things that would show up. The only way you could see the proper one is if physically your point of origin was at one location. Otherwise, the other things wouldn't line up correctly. They also put in strain gauges to sense, is there something there? You can argue what that something is, but it talks to the potential for a physical interaction as opposed to just pure consciousness or pure thought. And they were able to prove pretty conclusively that, at the time that he would report being out of body, that they were sensing something at the point, and then he could accurately, most of the time, report it was not 100%. And that's one of the problems. A lot of these things are never 100% sort of thing. But in order to see the representation and report on it correctly, the point of origin had to be at this known location, which suggested that, it was out of body. And again, this is something that's reported quite frequently as part of near-death experience, but not necessarily all of them. Yeah, you had a recent guest, and I don't want to put him on the spot or speak for him, but Ryan Hendrickson, who has an experience, and I've talked to him since. I found it absolutely fascinating. I'd recommend it to everybody. A very inspirational kind of event. But steps on a IED in Afghanistan, literally blows his leg off. But what interested me in the words that I heard there is he's talking about the life review, about being able to see this thing. And I've been able to talk to him. I won't go into it because he can discuss it if he wants, but it was very much, his perception was a little different from most of them, but it was, that he understood not only the event, but how that event impacted others from an emotional standpoint. And that is also one of the common features of many near-death experiences. I'll tell you that there's never anything that's absolute 100%. I mean, many of these things have infinite variations. But, the question was, I hope Joe mentions some, because he talks about some of the things that happened to him, and that one of the questions that's come up is, can you sense an out-of-body or a consciousness being there? And there's a whole field on how do you do psychic protection to protect the individual, protect yourself if you're doing those sorts of things.
Have you come up with any conclusions?
None of these have conclusions.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
Now, what we do, and one of the big issues that has come up on Skinwalker, you've probably heard about the hitchhiker effect, of where things have followed some of these people. And what I did last time I was at the ranch, do certain protections, Native American smudging, for instance, as an example. And I've talked to Colin Kelleher, who's was one of the key people, particularly in the OSAP program, and he was at NIDS. We were there at the same time and spent a lot of time at the ranch, and they would go through kind of protective measurements, and this is in the if you believe category, but can't hurt.
Yeah. I have a question. At your time at INSCOM, you're studying all these things, out-of-body experience, remote viewing, primary perception, the Hutchinson effect, neurolinguistic programming. How are you recruiting your subjects? These people that have these abilities, that can bend metal, that can remote view. How are you finding them?
Yeah, that's there weren't them. We didn't actually do recruiting. Now, I mean, with Clave, the subjects basically were me. I would. It's like we get into non-lethal weapons and things like that. I do these things. I've been shot by all of the systems, and when we were doing it, I go out and do these things. The same with Hutchison. I was the one directly involved in getting them, bringing in other scientists, but basically as observers to authenticate that what we were getting was real. The one where we did the pistol shooting that I mentioned in Project Jedi, not sure how, but when we were able to get maybe 30 people, I'm not sure exactly how we did that. You gotta remember, we're talking almost 40 years ago. Mm-hmm. In some cases, it is 40.
The reason I'm asking is because we could put something out right now saying, hey, we want people to email into this email if you have an ability that you can bend metal. I don't know the percentage. I would assume that 99% of the people that email in are completely full of shit. And so that's kind of what. How did you sift through and find these people?
What you're arguing to here or discussing is the difference between the Soviet approach and our approach. And that was one of the key things that, the question was, do I take intelligence people and teach them to be psychics or have those capabilities, or do I take psychics and teach them the additional skills? The Soviet approach was to go out with a broad net and look for people with the skills and then bring them in. Ours was, I think, much more constrained. And if you look at the people who were brought into the program, a lot of them didn't know they had these capabilities.
Interesting.
And one of the things in the program, you mentioned Stargate, because that's the best known. It had a number of names before that. But they were doing personality tests specifically to address your question. Where do you look? Do you find people? And they did find MBTI was something we used. Myers-Briggs Type Indicator was one of several ones that.
What is that? What is that?
Well, it is it's a very well-known psychological instrument that has the 16 categories of. I'm an INTP.
Okay.
But looking for, when they tested the people who had these innate capabilities. And now, there's another question that has come up, and that is it better to find a natural, or can you train the capability? And that's where the guy you interviewed yesterday, Joe McMoneagle, is, quote, a natural. And he was remote viewer 001, and I'm sure described all that. We found other people. Well, did he go into Ingo Swann? Because what happened was one of the three people that SRI used initially was an artist in New York, Ingo Swann, and he came up with his context of the matrix. So the critical question is this a trainable skill? And now there are people out there now in the world teaching remote viewing. And there are people who do it naturally. And I would argue that it's like all skills. Everybody has some skill out of it. But, I'm never going to run a 4-minute mile. Know that. So there are, can I get better? Yeah. And that's true with most people. Do people have psychic experiences in it? Absolutely. Do they recognize them? Maybe, maybe not. There are a lot of people who will deny it, but, when you get into it, the phone ringing, knowing who it is. That was before we had caller ID. But there were things like that made sense. So I don't want to take anybody's living away, but it's, can you improve? Yes. Are you going to be a Joe McMoneagle? Yeah, probably not, depending on where you are. And so having natural skills. We saw, by the way, one of the things that came up in near-death experience, initially we thought you had a discrete event that happened in a very short period of time. And that was a precipitating event that might have happened, accident, illness, whatever. What we found over time is many of these people increased in psychic capability. We had a lot of them who became particularly psychokinetic. I couldn't wear sensitive electronic equipment or being around that. Became telepathic, became precognitive, and that seemed to increase after NDE. So these events are happening out there. Yeah, can you enhance it? Yes. Can we program it? Are there potential dangers? Yeah, there are, and that's the piece that nobody wants to talk about. I don't know if you use this, but my digression, talked because he's dead, was Subelbein, who after retirement, and we stayed friends for a long time, and he went off the cliff And one of the dangers we've seen when I had put together the UFO group, one of the things we agreed to do was to watch each other, specifically because we had some people literally go crazy and say, if you see somebody going off the cliff, you'll say, you're going off the cliff. Doesn't mean you pull them back or stop them, but we agreed that we would watch each other. And if you see the symptoms, do it. And there were several that, just there's no other word for it. But
wow.
Yeah.
What? So all of this has to do with human consciousness.
With what?
All of this has to do with human consciousness,
right.
Obviously. The stuff with the plant really gets me. The plant.
Mm.
Do plants have consciousness?
Yes. Well, let me drop back even further than that. And this is a fundamental issue. If you're familiar with Max Planck, German physicist and that, and use his quote or approximation is that consciousness is fundamental. You cannot get behind consciousness. And the implication here is that the physical arises from the consciousness as opposed to consciousness arising from the physical, i.e. being something that's generated in the brain. We're into deep philosophical kinds of things, but that's pretty profound.
Yes.
Because everybody has thought, I think, therefore I am. No, you am, therefore you think, is kind of more appropriate. But it gets into, just everything. So everything is interrelated at a level that's almost definitely impossible for humans to contemplate. It's that big.
I don't know whether to have this conversation right now or wait till the end, because I know we have so much more to cover. But
okay, well,
where do you think
we can move it?
Where do you
besides
think?
They can cut and splice.
Yeah. Where do you think consciousness exists?
Oh, consciousness is. We exist because of consciousness, not the other way around.
Is consciousness?
See, if there's a Big Bang, I happen to have some problems with that, but it says that consciousness created that and everything. The physical universe evolved from consciousness.
We had spoken on the phone a little bit about some of the intelligence failures that you're aware of, and I would like you to expound on that a little bit here on the show.
Well, there are various ones. There are certain ones we can go into Vietnam, but the one I was explaining I was invited to a classified conference down at MacDill on future technology. And we listened to, we're going to do this, we're going to do that. And so finally I'm sitting there and I said, has anybody heard of Purple Rain? Which is not the name of the program, but I got this blank stare and whatnot. I said, well, your future technology, we deployed 30 years ago. Where is the institutional memory? So Pete Schumacher was then the sync. We still had syncs of SOCOM, and I wrote him a letter and said, here's an example, but somebody needs some oversight here. We need a graybeards panel of people who remember some of these things, because across the board in soft units, they operate in small groups. Information goes around. They're very innovative, so a lot of these things work. But if you're going to get this out, there has to be some way to, make the information more available. The result was that he set up a panel, like I described, with people from various elements of the soft thing that could come in and look at these various technologies. And we did that for several years.
What kind of technologies?
Well, Yeah, like I say, this was one. Yeah, it's been uncovered now. Specifically, they were looking at ammunition that would explode.
Okay.
And the new idea was that we would insert information or ammunition into enemy stockpiles. And we actually did that in Vietnam. We had, the 7.62, their calibers of stuff for their AKs and others. And you would take, in this case, an entire clip, and 1 or 2 rounds would be so you could fire it, and then it would, blow up on them. And the idea was not just blowing up individual weapons; it was obviously making them question the reliability of the system. So you're attacking something much bigger than just blowing up a single weapon. But that was a specific example, and we used to do that. I carried certain round or clips with me that when we found a cache would leave some behind, and then I had to report by the grid coordinates as to where that went in.
Interesting.
And again, nobody, when you ask these young, bright, innovative folks, thought it was probably a neat idea, but also thought they thought of it.
That was happening all the way back then. Yep. I did not know that.
Well, and my concern is that those sorts of things still are. Because, like I say, information does not get spread. It gets spread, word of mouth, people who are from the A team, we did this. But we have a propensity for reinventing wheels.
Mm. I'm 100%
I'm sure
with
that's
you
in TTP, too. What works, what doesn't work.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, that often produces casualties, and you're finding out better ways to do things.
So you're saying there needs to be, it's funny you say this because I know everybody thinks that this exists, but you're talking about a centralized location where lessons learned, new tactics, future technologies is all centralized and then disseminated into...
There are historical units, but they tend to capture the big picture sorts of things. And this is one that would never have come up unless they thought it was a technology to be developed and then spread out. On A teams, and I'm sure on SEAL teams, the way the old guys trying to teach the new ones and that. One of the big things that I think changed between my era in Vietnam and Iraq and Afghanistan is we deployed as individuals. Mm-hmm. Most of the time. I went as Delta Company of the first, and we went into Thailand, but that's because we were creating the unit. There later became 46th Company. But in Vietnam, we rotated as individuals, so you didn't have the traditional camaraderie that you have where a whole unit sticks together and moves and has common experiences. You had people who were constantly rotating in and out and had to make up the team. And, as you know, these teams work closely. Mm-hmm. And it relies on, personal experience and who you think's reliable and who not.
Mm-hmm. Very true. Very true. That's something that we ran into a lot of problems that could have been solved if there would have been a centralized location for stuff like that where it was disseminated, because you have stuff you have lessons learned and new tactics, new whatever, within just your team, your platoon, and then you have team-wide, which is, a handful of platoons. Then you have your coast of SEAL teams. Then you have SOF in general, Special Operations Forces in general, of all the different units. And yeah, there is some stuff that gets disseminated out to each team. But I mean, even lessons like I can give you an example. Most of it's
personality dependent. Have you got the right people at the right place and interacting?
Like an example that we had was, Iraq in 2005, we're using green tip, armor-piercing rounds against people that don't wear armor. And it takes a lot more bullets to put somebody down with armor-piercing rounds when they don't have armor than it does to use something like a 77 grain 5.56 round. Something with a lot more weight and not as much velocity behind it. But we had to find out the hard way, unfortunately, and that's 2005. That's 4 years after the war started. You would think that would have been disseminated long before that. And so I'm just 100% in agreement with you there.
One of the things that we found was, again, things you ought to know, but I'll give you a specific case. Sergeant Logan, he was down on Nui Koto that I mentioned before, and they were doing a sweep, and called back. We were the closest camp, and gave me his location with a makeshift code. I think it was Big Nuts Joe or something like that. And he goes in, well, we'll expand. I just looked at it. No, I know where you are. I mean, I didn't, need anything to break it, just looking at, not even knowing which one he was using. Somebody else was listening that night, and they did not make the morning. One of the tough things was there was a Sergeant Logan, and years later I was at Fort Hood, and I forget how it was, but ended up having to go visit his mother, and that's tough.
Yeah.
Well, we had another one. Again, this is using the same things and assuming everything's going to be okay. I mentioned that we had a company on top of Nui Jai and at the bottom, and that every month they would go up and stay up a month, and the word, of course, would get out when we were going to do that. There's one where, 3 guys got hit. There was a changeover point where the ones would come down, they would meet, and then go on. But they always used the same place. And turned out it was mine. There was a guy by the name of Larry Schmidt. Lost his, there were 3 guys. Schmidt is the one who took a CBU right next to his leg.
Man.
Absolutely shredded him. And we went in, all 3 of the Americans that were up there were hit. Unfortunately, one of them thought we would leave him and threw a smoke grenade, which was tall grass, and set it on fire. And fortunately, there had been a Huey that was at Chowduck, and they came down and picked me up. And in other words, we went in and rappelled in, not knowing we were rappelling into a minefield.
Oh, man.
But, I had to pick Schmidt. He eventually lost his leg. It also turns out that they had more than just the mines. I didn't learn until a number of years later that we were taking direct fire from a recoilless rifle that they had in there, and actually didn't realize that it hit the helicopter when I had put Schmidt on there, and that they were able to get down, but it was unserviceable by the time it was done.
Man.
But that was a failure of doing the same thing and thinking we did this, it'll be okay. You can keep doing these things without, somebody else learning. The other, like I said, with Logan, our assumption that you could talk on the radio, we had people who could speak English pretty well that were just listening. I'm sure you run into that. I had mentioned earlier our problem. We had a fair number of folks we knew that were not loyal to us at the time, too. I said probably 10% of the
That's a lot.
Yeah.
It only takes one.
Yeah.
It only takes one. But, yeah. Well, John, you had mentioned that there are possible dangers to out-of-body experience. What would those dangers be?
Well, again, you're in the highly theoretical area, and the question is, can you be identified being out there? There is an issue of once you're out of your body, can you get back? The cute story I tell about Bob Monroe, because people would come to him and say, can you guarantee you can take you out of my body? And he says, yeah. He said, oh, well, good. He says, you understand it's permanent. So, but, can you get lost out there? I think, probably not, but there are people who are concerned about those things. And it's certainly an area that we don't understand.
That's an interesting point. Has there been a report, or do you know anybody that had troubles finding their way back?
People have had trouble. I can't know if anybody who's got lost because we haven't heard from them.
Guess not. Yeah. You have heard from people that got lost.
Well, yeah, lost.
Or had trouble.
Kind of wondering about, can they get back? Vast majority said I was there, and most of them actually say they were in immediate proximity to the physical, but there are others who literally go off into the stars and
really
come back. Yeah.
Could you share with us an example of that?
Well, not one specific, but I've certainly heard stories. They talk about being out of their body and usually going up through the ceiling or through the roof and outside, and then getting, just like in the movies, and it gets farther and farther away. But then you also usually transition to a different kind of scenario as to, it's not so much a where, but what's going on and all of that.
I've actually I've heard people do this while under psychedelics multiple times. Do you consider a psychedelic out-of-body experience and a near-death out-of-body experience the same thing?
Well, the short answer would be don't know, and you'd have to know the specifics. Now, one of the key things about NDEs normally is it's like a critical emotional response. And when I was president of IONS, we would get letters and often say, well, I wasn't dead, and they would describe these experiences. And the caveat is, but it was like yesterday. So the difference, I think, is in how they're remembered, because many of these psychic experiences, you go, well, yeah, it was kind of weird, but like dreams, it kind of dissipates over time. For most near-death experience, it doesn't dissipate. It's just like, people would write, oh, it was yesterday, and
it's ingrained.
We were just screaming yesterday. Vietnam was yesterday. So there are events that are implanted more strongly than others.
What about, you'd also mentioned something about possible dangers when remote viewing into different dimensions.
Into what?
Into different dimensions.
Yeah. Well, again, we're in a highly theoretical areas and don't know. I mean, I was going to say we're at the front end. The reality is some of this has been going on for centuries, just under other names. We didn't call it remote viewing per se, but we've had psychics that have done things, again, throughout human history, that they would do, interventions and things out there. In general, I would say the dangers seem to be more in the psychological arena of folks coming back who are trying to integrate highly unusual experiences and not understanding how that fits into everyday life. I would say that, for instance, with near-death experience, most people who have them rarely talk about them for years. It takes them a while to integrate the reality as they know it and inculcate that into their lives. I saw a thing recently said, 3 to 4 years is kind of an average time for people to come forward and say we have. Now, it is changing, and that's mostly because society has changed quite a bit. When we first had IONS, there were no TV programs that discussed this. And when they did, it was the one with Larry Hagman with Genie, I Dream of Genie and things like that, which is very different from, no, this is a real experience or something that happened to me. And, found that the idea of, a rational aspect of that is, it certainly was, you don't want to tell your doctor this, because the answer usually is, I can fix that. We'll give you a shot of something and it'll go away. And, that's been very common. I know a number of people. They will also say there's a huge difference between talking to doctors and talking to nurses. Nurses tend to be much more accepting of these sorts of things. Doctors come from, in general, a much more materialistic worldview. Again, that's changing. What's amazing to me now is how many doctors, like Eben that we mentioned earlier, are coming forward and have had their own NDEs. Now, his was obviously life-changing. And again, as a neurosurgeon, this can't possibly be, but here it is, and now it's my experience. And so,
going back to remote viewing, I interviewed Joe McMonagle yesterday, as you know, and he had spoken about a remote viewing that he did on Mars. Have you ever heard of other remote viewers remote viewing another planet or possibly another galaxy?
Well, one of the critical things that happened in the early days is that this was with Ingo Swann. And this was before the target, unbeknownst to everybody, was Jupiter. And everybody knew about the rings on Saturn, and I forget whether Voyager had gone out, but had not gotten there yet. And so he came back, and he didn't even know it was not the target on the planet. It wasn't like he wants to go out and look. It could have been anything in the world, or in this case, beyond. And he came back and reported a planet, and had rings around it, and it was Jupiter. And people said, bullshit. Saturn has rings, not Jupiter. And Voyager went by, and Jupiter has rings that we never knew about. So that's when we had authentication. I do hear stories of people who make it, and very hard to believe. There's a whole thing going on around now that you can probably find on the internet about that we actually have a base on Mars, and that this gets into the pedophilia thing, and that the kids are taken to the base there. And it just gets into things that are demonstrably false, but does get into the folklore that's there.
Wow, I've not heard of that.
Yeah. And I had, in fact, there was an article that I got stopped that was being printed that said, quote, you think about the logistical aspects of maintaining a base on Mars. We haven't been there, but, other than remote craft. And the quote was, the launches slip out of Cape Canaveral all the time. They said, no, when they launch, half of Florida knows that there's launches. But this is the problem in all of these areas. There is so much BS in there. that it's very hard to, and there's some percentage of people who are going to believe anything. So.
Very true. Very
and
true.
I think we'll run into that with whatever we've talked about today, because many of the things we've talked about are kind of hard to believe and highly speculative.
Have you ever heard of anyone remote viewing into a no galaxy?
No.
I wonder if that would be possible.
Well, there should not be any limits. That doesn't mean somebody has or has not done it. The question was, have I heard of it? No. But it's certainly within the realm of possibility. Now, one of the issues that had come up early on regarding the accuracy of remote viewing had to do with the ability to verify the event, that you had to have at some time, as we did with Jupiter, for instance. Yeah, we flew by and saw that it was accurate. So if you get into areas where you can't verify it, then it's in the, who knows, and going to, at least at current time, foreign galaxies would be different.
Maybe a black hole. That would be interesting.
Yeah, well, there's a whole, there's Joe talking about some of the scientific applications that are in many areas where you can, send this, but we're talking about putting consciousness into an area where they can get accurate information. This has huge implications in all of healing. And a guy we never mentioned was, do you know Jose Silva?
I don't.
Silva Mind Control. Oh, it's a whole school. And Silva has since died, but his mind control, this is a global school that goes out. I was actually a state representative in Hawaii for a number of years, quite a while ago. But Jose had grown up, he was basically literate. He was in a big family. Father dies. He's the oldest child, so he has to pick up and make. So he worked in a barber shop, and the barber was interested in electronics. And so what he did, he says, was like an extension course. And so Jose picks up and he says, can I look at these? Yeah. So he learned electronics from reading the barber store and whatnot. But he also found out that he had the technical capability to pick up on, where errors were in electronic systems. And he gets drafted and he goes in the Army and he goes to electronics school. And almost everybody else is an officer. He's an enlisted man. But he did not know the mathematics necessary to continue. But he had this uncanny ability to fix the radios and things. So what he did was in his course, he traded information. The officers who'd all been to college would teach him math, and he would teach them literally how to use their hands and find errors in electronics. Now, that later changed to doing similar sorts of things with human diagnostics and diseases, and very, very effectively.
Interesting. I was just going to ask you if you have heard of remote viewing into the human body to maybe diagnose cancer or
Well, no, that's exactly what he was doing and teaching folks. And
very interesting.
There's people who seem to be more sensitive to, the healing aspects of it. I'll give you a strange case. A guy that I was just talking to, a friend I've known again for decades. I'll give the name of Melvin Morris. And Melvin was known for children and near-death experience. Long story, he ends up in jail in Delaware prison, and had visited him there. But there's a new program out on, one of the things he had done was teach people to meditate. and the effect that it was having on a number of folks. And he said, well, how do you meditate in jail? Because jails are just noisy constantly. And he talked about the process of teaching people just to take short periods of time and be able to get information quieting the mind. The other thing that I'd heard when I'd visited him there is here he is teaching these prisoners how to do hands-on healing. And, this is not, as he points out, most of these are young black folks and he's an old white doctor, so culturally, totally different. And they would come to him for advice on, medical issues and things like that. And they would teach him some of the cultural issues of how to survive in a prison. But, had a mutual relationship and was able to teach groups that he just normally would not be involved in any of these sorts of things. It had a profound impact on a number of them, particularly in drug addicts. Said quite a few of them were heroin addicts, and they were able to teach them how to overcome the addiction.
Wow.
Because even in jail, they would have the craving, but using these meditative techniques, were able to avoid it.
That's incredible. That is incredible. What an impact on the world that could make.
Yeah.
Right? I gotta take a minute and wrap my head around this. Let's take a break.
Okay.
I want to give a big thank you out right now to all the Vigilance Elite patrons out there that are watching the show right now. Just want to say thank you guys. You are our top supporters and you're what makes this show actually happen. If you're not on Vigilance Elite Patreon, I want to tell you a little bit about what's going on in there. So, we do a little bit of everything. There's plenty of behind the scenes content from the actual Shawn Ryan show. On top of that, basically what I do is I take a lot of the questions that I get from you guys or the patrons, and then I turn them into videos. So we get, right now, there's a lot of concern about self-defense, home defense, crimes on the rise all throughout the country, actually all throughout the world. And so we talk about everything from how to prep your home, how to clear your home, how to get familiar with a firearm, both rifle and pistol, for beginners and advanced. We talk about mindset, we talk about defensive driving. We have an end of the month live chat that I'm on at the end of every month where we can talk about whatever topics you guys have. It's actually done on Zoom. You might enjoy it. Check it out. And if Zoom's not your thing, or you don't like live chats, like I said, there's a library of well over 100 videos on where to start with prepping, all the firearm stuff, pretty much anything you can think of, it's on there. So anyways, go to www.patreon.com/vigilanceelite, or just go in the link in the description. It'll take you right there. And if you don't want to, and you just want to continue to watch the show, that's fine too. I appreciate it either way. Love you all. Let's get back to the show. Thank you.
How many guys out there are worried about brain health? All we hear about is fitness. Everybody's getting ready for bikini season because spring's right around the corner. I'm personally more concerned about my brain. You look around, you see all these brain diseases that are getting out of control. I'm going to take everything I can to improve the health of my brain. And I'm going to tell you about my 5 favorite supplements from Laird Superfoods that help with brain health. All right, the first thing I do every morning is I have Laird Superfood Creamer. It's got adaptogens and functional mushrooms, which are great for brain health. I put this in my tea. Tastes amazing. Who likes vegetables? Cool, me neither. That's why I take Laird's Daily Greens. Just pour it in a cup, shoot it real quick, you got your daily vegetable intake. Plus, guess what? Yep, that's right, functional mushroom extract. There's 6 different kinds in here. Once again, great for brain health. After greens, we got Daily Reds. This one doesn't actually have any functional mushrooms in it, but I can't stand beets. I think they taste like shit. And so I take 1 scoop of this, put it in my water, and I don't have to eat beets anymore. All right, we're winding down the day now. This is the next supplement I take every single night. Laird's Sleep and Recovery. Helps me sleep, helps me recover from my daily workout. And guess what? Yep, you're right. It has mushroom extract. Guess what? It's good for your brain. And I saved the best for last. Most of you know this. My favorite supplement at Laird's is Performance Mushrooms. Has a ton of mushroom extract. Super, super good for your brain. Take it every single day, sometimes multiple times a day. These are my 5 favorite supplements from Laird Superfoods. You can go over to lairdsuperfoods.com, use the promo code SRS, save 20%. Ladies and gents, I would not have partnered with this company if I didn't believe in them. They take the cleanest ingredients. They try to source everything in America unless they find a better ingredient that's more quality somewhere else. I think we can all appreciate that. Once again, lairdsuperfoods.com. Use the promo code SRS. That'll save you 20%. All right, John, we're back from the break. We just kind of wrapped up your career at INSCOM, and now we want to move into LabCom. What is LabCom?
Well, there's an intermediate step, and that's at the Army Materiel Command. And what had happened is that, of course, the Navy has had an Office of Naval, the research, and the Army had just decided to integrate all the Army laboratories that were kind of disparate. So they put them under a laboratory command, which is what it was. Now, at the time, well, do you know the color of money?
Green.
Oh, let's not get into that. That's this is by the color of money. I mean, when Congress appropriates things, it comes down with certain characteristics assigned to it and whatnot. And the P6 account, see, you want to know, another one, we were working in the P2 account, which is the intelligence funding. So when I moved to Laboratory Command, actually Army Materiel Command, we're working the 6-3 account, which is the R&D money. And I was interesting. I was executive. Well, this is one of the areas where strange things happen. The Army was looking for the next big X. They had just done the big 5. And that was the Abrams tank and the Bradley and the helicopters that had come out, the Apache and that. And then the 5th one, the missile, Patriot missile. And, it was the Black Hawk Apache and Patriot. And so the question was, okay, those are just getting fielded. What's the next step? And I was the military guy in the office that was running this at Army Materiel Command. I don't know if you want to digress, because this gets into the serendipitous kinds of things.
Let's do it.
There's a guy who's working that program, and I know it's in trouble because I'm handling all the paperwork that's coming through. I'm working for an SES. I'm still a lieutenant colonel at the time, with no hopes of promotion. But I had been saved from the INSCOM, the intel folks who were, would have ground me up in a heartbeat, who were very much not happy with any of these things that were going on. I mean, it was quite a battle, and as I said, my boss had been forced out of the military over that. So I'm watching the paperwork in this program, and the guy who's running us out on doing a tour, because it was all over the country. He had laboratories, mostly civilian laboratories doing all the work. And looking at it, and I'm seeing some memos come through from our 3-star boss, and they're dripping in blood. And I'm going, Harry, won't use his last name, you better get back here. Oh, no, I'm going to go on. I said, you better get back here. And he says, no, I'm going on. So I got a call and said I was supposed to meet with Dr. Haley, and then with the 3-star level. And they asked me a question like, where do you live? And kind of a strange question here. I was in Springfield, Virginia. And they said, oh, by the way, next Monday you have this program. And it was huge. I mean, it was, what I asked about the color of money is basically the 6-3A program that covers billions. Now, I didn't control that, but you had oversight over all of the laboratories that were doing these things independently. And they say, next Monday it's yours. And go, oh, wait a minute, how did we end up here? I ended up writing a plan that, frankly, got me promoted. And the simple words, it was the new thrust is what it was called. It was going to be what is the next big kinds of things. And the thing that worked was I said new thrust is a process as opposed to a thing. It's a procedure for how do we transition from early R&D into research or engineering development and those sorts of things. So I had the step that was between pure R&D and research or engineering development. So this is a huge step in there. And I went out to this guy's office in Tyson's Corner. I'm going and I'm looking at it, whose office is this? And they said, it's yours. And I said, any 4-star general saw this, he'd get killed. I mean, we literally had the Shenandoahs, the mountains, and they had leased. And that was part of the problem. They had spent an awful lot of money and overhead and things like that. But really nice. So working those programs. And then the Army in infinite wisdom decided that they ought to bring the laboratories together and have one command, a 2-star level command that had oversight over that. And part of that was the ASCO, or the Advanced Systems Concept Office. Now, what you had to understand is that we were in an organization that was between 1% and 2% green, meaning uniformed. I had 5, I guess, GS-15s that worked for me. I mean, each of them had major sectors, and we were looking at big stuff with precision-guided munitions. Remember, we're talking the 80s now. We're nowhere near, where we are now in technology. This is the stuff that's evolving. Had a whole RISTA component, reconnaissance, and target acquisition, or surveillance target reconnaissance. Had C4I, with command and control communications, where how computers were now being integrated, everything, and all of the tactical directed energy. These were lasers, microwaves, and then particle beams was part of it. And again, we got to remember the technology was nowhere where it was then. And so anyway, I ended up working for a couple of different 2-star generals there, but that was the thrust of it. But again, very straightforward, it was the cutting edge of technology in the late 80s.
Interesting. And where did you go from there?
Retirement. Yeah, what happened, position became vacant, and we had talked before about Military Personnel Center. Well, they don't like it. As I said, I had been passed into all of these positions from general to general, and them being told, now, fix it. And so they came up with a position that basically had to be a full colonel and breathe. And I said, you got to be shitting me, right? I mean, I'm running all of the super high-tech stuff, and no, not happening.
Yeah, yeah. So you retired.
Yeah. And didn't know really, see, up until this, well, back up a bit, when I was, at Army Materiel Command, the colonel's board was meeting, and I had zero probability of getting promoted. I mean, I knew that. As I mentioned earlier, I had done 2 tours ever in the infantry, and technically I'm being evaluated as an infantry officer, had not commanded a battalion, had done all this wild and wonderful stuff. I mean, gotten good efficiency reports because the people that I had worked for, that's what they want to do. But I got a call from that 3-star and said, oh, by the way, congratulations. You got to be kidding me. And I was already thinking on the outside. Ego wouldn't take getting passed over, but, I mean, your promotion rate was about 30% or something. So that's why I say the probability was just not there. So it came, I said, okay, you need to rethink this. I did those jobs and then got out and had a bit of a digression, but I was offered a very good job with one of the big contractors. But because of what they offered, it had to go to the CEO to be signed off. So I'm waiting. And what happens, that's right, I mentioned Oak, a friend of mine, Oak Shannon, who's in the Navy but working at Los Alamos, is having a retirement party. So Los Alamos has posted interest for a job. So I said, well, I'll go take that because a good way to go to the party, right? And have them pay for it. So I went out to the party. And it did interview, of course, for the job. And damned if they don't come back and make an offer, counter offer. The morning I'm at the party, the officer, the personnel guy from one of the major ones calls me and said, okay, it's been approved. And I go, well, sorry about that, but I need to think about it. And the difference, by the way, was not money. It was the difference in vacation time. That Lanel was under, the government rules. And the problem is when you transition to civilian industry from the military, you're starting as if you're a new kid coming in. You got to build up. And so I said the answer was nope. I went to Los Alamos instead because of the party.
Wow. How did it go at Los Alamos?
How did what?
How did it go at Los Alamos? That's a location with a lot of mystique around it.
Now, I had been there a number of times before, and particularly with sublime. I mean, we did lots of very, very high tech. Now, you're talking the National Lab. For those who don't know, this is basically a nuclear weapons lab. It's, kind of the premier. We in Sandia were the premier labs in the area. Now, what's critical at this juncture, Cold War ends. Now, that was critical because up until that time, as a nuclear weapons lab, MANA was provided. You never had to question whether or not you needed money or what it would be. Cold War ended, we had the peace dividend that we spent too quickly. And so all of a sudden you had to compete in areas that you never competed before. I mean, this is at the highest level. Francie, Sandia, and Livermore were eating our lunch there, but that was because of the upper level thing. So I went in to do one job and got siphoned off into a kind of a generic military applications directorate. And What happens there is we have a number of critical things that come along. We'd had Urgent Fury, which was Grenada, had Just Cause, and I'm looking at what's going on in the world and how do you want to approach it from a technology perspective. And it was clear, to me at least, is that we needed a whole different set of weapons opportunities. And as comes out frequently, you can't kill your way out of these things. And you looked at, particularly in Just Cause, you're going into Panama, our bitches with Noriega and his henchmen, not with the general Panamanian people. You got big families with long memories. And you really, you want to minimize fatalities. What's going on right now, in Gaza is an exception to that. But it was, the military perspective is not about killing. It's about imposing will. How can you get the adversary to do what you want them to? You don't necessarily want them to. Now, in the past, we've talked about and have had wars of annihilation. So when you get into World War II and how you went about, you literally were annihilating the adversary. And now the kinds of conflicts that we're developing called for totally different rethinking on application of force. So it was from that I came up with the concept of what I call non-lethal weapons defense. Now, the police, of course, had this issue already, and was it Walker? There was a critical case that had just emerged where you couldn't shoot a fleeing felon, and that changed the police act. So they were already starting to look at that. I was looking at it from a much broader concept, from application of force, but it was from the simple stuff you know about, like tasers and beanbag bullets and pepper ball and all that, up to what we called strategic incapacitation. How do you take down a nation state and do that without casualties or minimal casualties and not secondary and tertiary casualties? I.e., if you take out the power system, how long are you going to bring it up before you start having secondary fatalities and all that? So started developing that, and that led to lots of studies and conferences that I ran and NATO studies, and eventually to the Council on Foreign Relations and participating with them, and Science Board, Defense Science Board.
Can you get into some of the specifics with some of the non-lethal weapons that were developed?
The whole concept, yeah. I wrote, there's a whole book. The first book the second book was called Future War, Non-Lethal Weapon Warfare in 21st Century. And everybody thinks about this generally in terms, like I say, the anti-personnel stuff, tasers and all this. And I did know the guys who did tasers, but when you got into the more complex applications, like how do you take down a country or negotiate? And it can be done. That gets into the more sensitive system, but a lot of it did have to do with application in electromagnetic systems and things of that nature.
Can you get into that, or is that stuff sealed?
Well, the problem there is I'm primarily dated because I worked at Lanol and then I retired from there in 95, the second time. And I was later with the Army Science Board and some others who were overlooking into those systems. But I just right. I mean, what we've done with lasers have always been the great promise. Infinite magazine and all of that. Microwaves took on just mythical proportion. Every study I was on, I found out how many people thought you could just, pulse power, and there's a lot of stuff you can do, and it has come a long way. The same with lasers, the efficiency has increased in power and those sorts of things. So it's, but where we are today is, I'm sure, light years ahead of where we were when we were just, developing. Most people don't know it, but MICOM, which was Missile Command, I think it was in the 1960s, actually cut a wing off an airplane in flight.
No kidding.
Yeah. That was a CO2 laser at the time, but don't realize that these things went back, and it's taken a hell of a lot of work and tons of money to get to the capabilities that exist today.
Where was that laser fired from?
Oh, that was Redstone.
That was Redstone?
Redstone Arsenal, yeah.
Right down the road in Alabama?
Yeah.
Was it fired from Earth?
I don't know. These were not fielded systems. We're talking, again, basic R&D.
Okay.
But, it was just that you had the capability to test it at the time, and, that far back.
To your knowledge, have we used these weapons?
Oh, we have. They've been developed. Kind of a classic example. I was controlling two different laser technologies. One was totally in the black world, and the other one was white, but classified. And the big mistake was the one that was white world but classified, or black world, they went out and developed a constituency that supported it, said, hey, we want these things. See, a lot of what my job was, people say, what do you do? I said, well, I'm a translator. And by that I meant I would tell the military community, here's what, the science can do. I would tell the civilian laser community, here's what the military wants.
This is what we needed to do.
Yeah. And so this was one of the key areas. So what had happened is that this one group developed something that became Stingray. And it was a counter laser system. Now remember, we're still talking bad old days. And the problem a huge problem in the Soviet battlefield in Europe was we could kill the tanks, but they came with lots of friends and neighbors. And so the issue is, how do you stop enough number at a time? And Stingray was designed to go out and blind the lasers, or blind the sensor systems, so you had enough time to hit it with hard munitions and things. But the other technology, frankly, was better, and they finally decided to uncover it. And the requirements community looked at that and said, but I know this. So the requirements went to what it was. Interestingly, fast forward to, Desert Storm, I guess, and they decided to field it. Won't get into individuals, but anyway, it went over. And there's a general who had lost a leg, so he was, sensitive to those things, and said, basically, I'm not going to use it. I'm afraid of, because they were potentially blinding. They were designed as a counter sensor system. But I remember giving briefings in the Pentagon, and Max Thurman was the vice chief of staff at the time, and he'd get dramatic. I got eyeballs that are draining down. That's not what you want. So the whole issue on blinding lasers, but we had already known that Iran had been using Soviet systems against Iraq and intentionally blinding folks. So I ran into constantly these issues on legality as well as ethical applications. As a side like, we could not win World War II today because of, if we applied the rules that we fight under today with what we did in World War II, and people forget that.
Yeah. Very, very true. Different set of rules these days.
Yeah.
No doubt about it. And so from Los Alamos, you went to USOCOM?
No, I retired a second time. I retired. I was out. This is when I went to NIDS and that cycle, and then the thing came up and position. Well, again, it gets back to my boss, the guy who was the Inspector General of the Army, the one who I had moved under, when they moved out from the Inspector General's office. Well, I had kept in touch with him. He created something called MPRI. I don't know if you're familiar with them, but it was one of the big Beltway bandits that put together. So, we were still in contact. In fact, when I wrote Future War, he's one of the forward. He was brought in under Bush the Elder to fix the leaks in the White House. And so kind of stayed plugged into those, but he had this private company that's coming up. And I had called him and said they were looking for somebody with the skills that I had before, and he called him and said, "Don't let this one get away." So next thing you know, I'm en route to Afghanistan, and as a contractor there, as the job title is very grandiose, mentor to the Minister of Defense. And that's when Fahim's there. Then after I came back, and there were people there who had known some of the things we'd written before, and people had moved around. And then issue with the JSOW came up, and I was a non-resident senior fellow there.
I would like to talk about some of the stuff you did in the ATIP program.
Which?
ATIP.
It was not associated with ATIP or OSAP.
Do you have knowledge of it? Do you have knowledge of it? Can you talk about the beginning of it?
That's much. Oh, no. It's apples and oranges. We're now jumping back a few decades.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. When. This was during the period I was at AMC. People got together and we started asking questions like, what's going on with the UFO program? We had heard all of the rumors, some of which are still kind of breaking today. And so I said, okay, well, let's do it. And so I set up a group. It was interagency. It had all the services, various people from the intelligence community, and a fair number from aerospace industry. And the requirements were that you had to have the TS, SCI clearances. You had to have interest in the area. We had to know who you were. And like I say, these things keep getting interrelated. Stubblebine has moved to BDM as a vice president for intelligence, I think it was, at BDM at the time, which is another one of the big Beltway bandits. And so I was still in touch with them. Daytime, I was running the New Thrust program, I think, by that time. And so I discussed what we want to do. So they were able, Joe Braddock was the B of the BDM. So I went to Joe and told him what we wanted to do. And he says, okay, so he gave us the space, so we had the skiff to run the thing. And, we had a number of sessions. There's stuff on the internet that, even I don't have the record of. There was a requirement, no written records, and that. And everybody paid their own way, so it was unfunded at the time. And obviously that was not adhered to, because I found out people went back, wrote notes, and have since shown up on the internet. But we were going on and on looking at, again, the whole UFO project, which was, the approach was very different from what you're seeing today. My experience was we had groups together and people who should have known going, didn't you do that? No, I thought you did that. Isn't that you? And I mean, everybody knew the basics, but everybody seemed to think that somebody else was doing it. And so had put together a basic briefing and moved higher and higher and higher up the food chain. Ended up in the Secretariat and 3- and 4-star general. Well, the first one was a 3-star general. There was a guy I worked for because I had run several meetings, and it was, I can't let him hear about this in the Washington Post. So went in and said, yeah, I got to confess, here's what I've been doing. And I said, well, that's pretty interesting. But we better tell my boss, who's the 4-star out at the other building. And he's a logistician. And going like, well, I wonder how this is going to. So they set it up, and I meet with him. And goes, well, gee, that's pretty interesting. How can I help? And I said, well, we're meeting, I think it was in San Antonio. There's a series of 4-stars, and I've got to give a briefing. I would like to meet your counterpart from the Air Force. And got the handoff there, and then went back to, Air Force. I think it was Systems Command. I'm not sure, but these were, down in Andrews Air Force Base is where they were scheduled, and ended up doing the briefing there. And he goes, why is this green? It seems like it ought to be here. Didn't know. He says, well, I'm not sure. Go at that time, Space Command was a 2-star command at El Segundo, out at LAX. And so went out there and met with the commander. And he goes, well, that's pretty interesting. You can tell it was Don Katina, that may still be around, who ended up being the 4-star commander of Space Command when it became, the command went out. But he says, tell him Katina says yes. And I had some Air Force folks with me who were supporting it, because we had been at NORAD and places like that. Now, the problem that I found was that at NORAD, people at lower levels, they were seeing stuff.
What is NORAD?
Oh, North American Air Defense Command, Cheyenne Mountain in Colorado. So, but what you found out pretty quickly was that reporting this stuff was not career enhancing. I mean, nobody wanted to believe you. Now, interesting, when you jump ahead to Laboratory Command, my first boss there was Jim Searcy, who was a major general. Where that's significant is he had come from NORAD, because, the nature of that, they're on high alert all the time, and if anything's coming. So their staff officer, the senior level officer of the day, is a brigadier general. And Searcy had come from there as a BG. And this is where I run into the difference between things that are, being reported now. He thought I was crazy. I mean, he said, definitely never heard anything. So I think what you saw was a difference between guys who were running the sensor systems and the upper level staff who said, they periodically get unusual phenomena, but you don't want to be the guy who gets associated with it.
Yeah.
And we ended up eventually at SDI, then Star Wars. and I met with the commanding general of Star Wars. Now, it's interesting, this had been set up by another general. Normally, when you're operating at that level, you send, read-aheads and that, so they know what you're coming to talk about. That had not happened here. And I went in, and I had an entourage from the various agencies with me. And again, he doesn't know what it is. So I start out with UFO 101, and we're talking for a little bit, and all of a sudden he stops and he goes, well, wait. Who are you guys really? We went back around the room and to the agency, so we sort of, said, this is really what you... But the point there is, here's the guy who is setting up the Strategic Defense Command, the Strategic Defense of Star Wars. And remember, the rumor mill has it that this was to fight E.T. and stuff like that, who clearly had no idea what we were talking about. And by the time we were done, it was an hour or two later, he goes, okay, well, you got my attention, but I can't touch this. And he had a $5 billion budget. It was the biggest budget in all of DOD, which was where we went to, because we were now going to transition to, let's make this serious, official, funded program. And his point was, I can't touch it. So if I get caught doing this, he says, now look, I'm doing some hairy stuff now, and this is in a straight world technologies that are out there. A lot of debate on whether you use kinetic kill, i.e. hit-to-kill missions, or could we use DE in space, etc. But he said, if I get caught, got to get crucified. And, again, he had the biggest budget. I think I told you the story, but the thing that used to get me on the Pentagon said, I'm going to go find the money. Like there's pots of money.
Yeah.
No, what it means is I'm going to steal it from somebody else's program, and he was the target kind of across the board. But he said, look, if you can tell me what to look for, I can include that in the algorithms. And was willing to go that far, but not to have, kind of officially be involved, which is kind of, this is counterintuitive to all of things that you're hearing today.
Yeah. What kind of stuff were you guys studying at the Advanced Theoretical Physics program?
Well, we were, this was a long time ago. This was our thinking on it was quite different. We were looking at physical things. We were looking at the key incidents that had happened around the world.
What were those incidents?
Oh, we're talking hours of briefings here now. I'll give you probably one of the biggie was the Tehran incident with Girani, where this is a case where they've got a huge UFO that's being seen from Tehran airport. They were launched. This is, by the way, the Shah's still in power, which is kind of key here. So they send up two interceptors. And what's interesting is he goes, what am I looking for? You'll know when you see it. Now, this is a thing that's being seen by the tower in Tehran. They've got radars confirming that there's something up there, so no doubt about it. The guy goes in and he goes, well, got AIM-9 missiles. They're going to shoot it. When he does that, turns off his weapons panel, gets in closer, and all the communications are shut off, but he's back. He's still got control of the plane, brings it, he comes back out, and the communications comes back up. It's interesting, this guy is still with the Shaw's Air Force. I think he's still on, but he made 3 stars. He was one of the ones that survived the transition. Now, there were 2 things that were interesting to me. One I don't know is, did he flip a switch? So we now have target acquisition on this physically sending a signal out that the UFO was picking up on. Or was it, I thought about it, and they turned him off. Now, again, I said I was running the directed energy stuff, right? I know how to turn you off. Don't know how to turn you back on again. And so that was really critical. Also, some things came out and chased him, and some other stuff went down to the desert. And so it was, a major incident. Was technically classified at the time, became unclassified after the Shaw left and that.
What do you mean went down into the desert?
There was something that came out of the big UFO that went down. They don't know, but we do know that people on the ground saw something coming down.
There's been several reports of that, right? There's been several reports since of UFOs going into the ocean without splash.
The main craft is in the sky. This is something that came out of it, something that chased them, and some stuff that went down. But the important thing was that I guess there were some shepherds out there who reported seeing something coming down. No, what you're talking about here is the transmedium things. That's one of the applications. And, it's not just ocean. And remember when Brandon Fugel was here, and we met with him a couple times after that. But there is something in the last season of Secret of Skinwalker Ranch where they're seeing something that comes down, and it's lights, and then gets into the mesa and comes out of the mesa. No, you can't follow it through the mesa, but the kind of assumption is whatever it is was going through the mesa, which means transiting physical material, that's kind of hard, which is a little different from underwater.
Which is interesting because you were studying this early on.
Oh, well, one of the things I point out is that when the OSAP program came out and released their release, everything they said we knew 35 years ago, easy. What they have added to the puzzle is of course official, but it's new sensor systems, so you have more hard data. It's like when you have Fravor and captain's name, but Fravor in particular, where they're capturing it on cameras, and so you have one of my key points is multi-sensor. So you're not saying some crazy guy or we didn't perceive it that. You have multiple sensors that are catching these things. And one of the things that Dave talked about, looking down, remember, she sees it disappears, it turns up at his control point almost instantaneously. And they see it, and it looks like it's communicating with something underwater. And, oh, dear. I have to watch him. But no, I was just at Seoul, a conference at Stanford University, and Admiral, who's doing, he's now retired. He was also the head of NOAA. But his interest is in the underwater stuff because you do pick up things that are moving really fast. Certainly not biologics, but that's as they point out, most of the ocean has not been mapped. There's an awful lot of space. But that was actually the cases that I think I heard of that were similar. And the reason they were classified, may still be, I don't know, but was where they were. But this stuff was being reported, 40, 50 years ago.
Mm-hmm. What are some of the other incidents that you studied?
Oh, I think the biggest, in my view, was what's known as Bentwaters or Rendlesham Forest. Chuck Holt is probably the best guy on this. Chuck was the deputy base commander at Bentwaters, and this is volumes written on the particular case, but I found it very significant because of the number of people involved. And it's one of the few cases. Most of the time you study these things and the credibility, this is one that gets stronger over time. And more people coming out. And now they found one fairly recently radar confirmation that there was something over the base. And it was not a singular event. What I learned from Chuck later, this had been going on for a long time. And it turns out this was almost like the ranch kind of thing where the events had been reported for decades.
It just keeps happening. It just keeps happening.
Of various kinds. I mean, some of them were lights in the sky and strange phenomena being reported. But the particular one here was, and it started in late December 1980. By the way, you should come back to Cache Landrum because it's interesting that happened at the same night. But so this one's out there, and they see what they think is a plane has crashed or something off the base. And so Roger Penniston and John Burroughs and another one go out there. And, they have to, this gets very sensitive now because you're leaving a military base and have to leave. These are air policemen. Leave the weapons behind because the SOFA agreement as to what you can and can't do and where you can do it. So they go out, and it was interesting because years later I called Jim Penniston, who was a staff sergeant at the time, and so I want to talk to you about the UFO. He says, "Oh, you mean the one I touched?" And actually walked up on it. There's a heavy thing sitting on the ground. It's in, like I said, late December. And what was interesting is there's actually indentations on the ground. And I've seen the plaster casts from this. So you had physical evidence of this thing sitting on the ground, must have had weight. He talks about certain symbols that he saw and wrote those up. So the first incident happens. A few days later, they're having a end of the year party or Christmas party, and Chuck is there, and they're about to give out the awards for being nice people and that. And he says the provost marshal comes in. And he says they're back. He says, "Who's back?" He says, "The UFOs are back." And Chuck tells us both, but it was, "I'll take care of this." One of the worst decisions he probably ever made. Thinking, I'm going to go out and we're going to resolve this. So he gets, I forgot who the sergeant was who was with him, who gets radiac meters and things to check on radiation and whatnot. And he goes out. They go outside the base and using the radiac. Sure enough, there's stuff above background noise. And here's this thing hovering out in the trees ahead of them, and it starts manipulating, staying away from them, then splits into 5 pieces and zips off. And as I recall, 2 of them come over and shoot a beam at his feet. And so he goes back. So he's recording this at the time of what's happening. And that eventually got released. And then the conventional wisdom was, because there's a periodicity to these lights that are appearing. And he says, it's got to be a lighthouse at some distance away. And they went back and looked at it and said, you can't see the lighthouse from there. But we have over 60 witnesses now. Are you familiar with the PRP, Personnel Reliability Program?
No.
Okay, well, again, the other aspect of what was not known at the time was that Bentwaters was the forward-most nuclear storage area in Europe. And supposedly this thing came over and it was shooting beams down into the storage area. And I had met with Chuck. I've now moved to Los Alamos. And years later, I heard about this, and I knew where he was as a civilian. I had set up lunch, like to meet with him. And what he says was, because nothing So there was no debriefing or anything of that nature at the time. And he says, I'm finally going to get debriefed because I'm coming from Los Alamos. And no, I'm there to ask questions and whatnot. He is convinced that a lot of his people were screwed with. After this, their careers in general did not fare well. Burroughs has had significant medical issues, and some of this does get into classified. I know they had trouble even getting his medical records. I think Kit got involved in even obtaining his medical records because he was trying to address heart problems that he had. But again, it's the amount of witnesses, the physical witness, recurring event, pretty damn significant. But as I mentioned, the Cache Landrum happens at the same time. The Cache Landrum's a case where UFO is seen, importantly, it's fairly close to Houston, a remote area. Two women and a boy are driving down the road, and here's this UFO that's kind of shutting in, I suppose he's seeing flame out or something. And there are, depends on the count, 22, 23 helicopters that are supposedly circulating around it. Now, this is, I think it's the 27th of December. And if you know anything about what goes on between Christmas and New Year's, basically nothing. So anyway, what happens is they stop the car and they get out. Betty Cache runs around in front of it. Landrum opens the door, stands behind the little boy. Cody gets out, looks, he gets scared, and runs around and jumps back. He's now grown, and they've talked to these issues. So the point was that they were exposed to some kind of radiation. And Betty Cache, who got out in front, in fact, later died from leukemia, but she has whole body radiation. Landrum, not so much, but she's standing with the car door, so it's partially blocking it. And Cody, the little boy who runs around and jumps back, so he's got minimal. So everything physically fits. Fast forward a few years, they sue the government, specifically the Air Force, over this event because of danger. And the supposition here is this was some kind of test vehicle that was out there in the radiant, and particularly because of the helicopters. What happens is that the Air Force looks at it and says, ain't ours. And besides, those are Army helicopters. And so it comes to Army IG. Well, remember, I used to work there. So the guy who gets the case comes to me and a couple other people who were radiation experts. And he went out and did a fantastic study, I mean, very extensive. And what we know, the only military helicopter was a Huey who had been in the area earlier in the day but had landed back at Fort Hood before this event occurred. And they went so far as to hit the Marines, and the Marines were off of Florida. They were not in the area where it might have had Chinooks or something. And the point is, they weren't ours. And, even after extensive search, you could not account for the helicopter, the radiation, the UFO, but absolutely certain that it happened. And their description and injuries are totally consistent with the story that they told. There's no doubt the event happened.
What do you think? What do you make of this?
I have no idea. Like I say, I was one of the people that George Saran, who was the IG who got the case, talked to him. And to this day, I've talked to him a couple of years back when this came up again, and just said, this is the problem. And again, my UFO book, the first line that I wrote is UFOs are real. The last paragraph is whatever this is, it is more complex than we can imagine.
Are there any other incidents that you feel were extremely significant?
Oh, hundreds.
Can you go into some more?
Faded Giant case. This is one where, well, first of all, the northern tier sightings were ones that were going on across the northern United States. These were all the missile bases. Sidelight. One of the things that was interesting, I think it's in Blue Book, but it's one of the reports from a young patrolman, air patrolman who was out guarding the base, and he reports the missile. The caveat was the only reason he reported this is because he's new and hasn't seen them before. The point is everybody is seeing this stuff. Now this particular case, Bob Salas was he was the missile control officer, but air patrolmen on top are seeing UFOs along, and they call down and says, what do we do? And all of a sudden he goes, I haven't got time to talk about that. Missiles are going offline. And 7 to 8 missiles go offline. And so he calls back to NORAD headquarters and goes, our missile, and say, we haven't got time to talk to you. This is, I think it was Echo or November. I get the sites mixed up. He says, the other site is already down 10 for 10. Now, we are talking here, I mean, if you know the nuclear triad, this is, you want significant when you, now, the MPDI is 2 missiles. Well, basically, you'd get 1 every 6 months in the entire wing. And here you've got, 17, 18 down simultaneously. And, there's no doubt about it. Now, I do know what happened because I talked to most of the people involved, that they went, this was a WTF, right? Huge. And not like it went unnoticed, and they went through and looked at every possibility and could not come up with they did tests on, it was EMP, it was the short, and nobody has ever come up with a solution. I might mention, it's not just us. This is one where you have the Soviet. This is where George Knapp gets involved. See, he went over, he'd been in the Soviet Union and Russia later. In Ukraine, there's another one where their case is a little different. The UFO hovers up here for hours with hundreds of witnesses. They don't shut the missiles down. They start spinning them up. So, and this guy's, the launch officer is about to start World War III, and I can't stop it. And again, this thing has been hovering there for hours, plenty of witnesses, and then all of a sudden it shuts off. And now the difference that I think is critical here is that, see, we trusted our launch control officers. Soviets did not. And so the Soviet system was centralized. It had to have been, in order for that to happen, it had to run from Moscow. And obviously it didn't. Ours was central, so it shut down. Theirs and runs up. And this is one he had gone, I think it was Russia by the time he had brought those files out. But yeah, I don't know how much more significant than you get than screwing with nuclear weapons.
Yeah, no kidding. What if you had to have thought about where did these come from? Are they coming from? Where are they coming from?
You want to venture out there?
Oh yeah.
I think that's the wrong question.
What is the right question?
Well, see, I come down against the ET hypothesis. That's the extraterrestrial hypothesis. Little gray guys from Zeta Reticuli coming here. words that we're using now have to do more with ultra-terrestrial. And my point would be that there are a number of possibilities, interdimensional, temporal distortion, i.e. time travelers and things like that. Now, this gets into, if you haven't been involved in this, sounding really crazy.
That's okay.
But as you look at these things, you go, one of my points is that there are reports of incidents between humans and sentient non-humans throughout the entirety of human history and in all cultures. My pet phrase is, if they fly in little tin cans, that's kind of a new wrinkle to a very old story. When you say this, if you get into Skinwalker Ranch, the beings of some kind moving back and forth through dimension. If you're using an interdimensional construct, the where overcomes all the issues of how do you get there from here and whatnot. Though I do think you can probably get superluminal. I know a lot of folks will disagree with that, but it gets away from the whole problem of, like I said, little gray guys from Zeta Reticuli. You're back to your fundamental issue of consciousness.
What about it? Where are you going?
Well, if consciousness creates matter and that this is some interaction on consciousness that, beyond our understanding at this point, certainly.
So you think...
But remember, as I said, not just in, the sensing. I mean, you get into ghosts, into spiritual beings, into kind of a host of things that have been reported for millennia.
Yeah, let's move into... We'll come back... I want to come back. We're going to revisit that question when we get into your time with Bigelow at Skinwalker Ranch. But I would like to move into some of the... Let's move into some of the paranormal stuff. You've been to over 100. You've been to over 100 countries.
Yeah.
Studying this stuff, and so I know you had a lot of you had a lot of time visiting shamans throughout the world. What sparked your interest in shamans?
Well, again, this is stuff that's sort of evolved, and of course the history of shamans. One of the big things, of course, is ayahuasca. My wife is sort of a devotee there and have been at a lot of ceremonies in different places. And I think she's the one who really, from the shamanic and studying from the religious aspect, has kind of driven it. And in fact, we're getting ready to go to the UK to Arthur Findlay College to teach transmediumship in a few weeks.
Really?
Yep.
Interesting. We'll get into that too. But
okay, but the medium again is, of course, ayahuasca and what I've seen there. I don't know how much you want to discuss that, but let me jump to where I think you'd want to go, and that is where you see physical kinds of things. And people ask me, what's the most unusual circumstance? And that's probably in West Africa, studying voodoo. And trust me, voodoo's real. And voodoo is not just a religion there. It's an entire way of life. And the things we saw with the shamans just defy the laws of thermodynamics. They would stand in the fire, eat the fire, sit in the fire, and come away unscathed. And I am videotaped a lot closer than we are. So it's hot, so there's no doubt about, heat or radiation off of it. I've got videos. There's one in particular where this head shaman is there, and he puts the thing on his tongue, and his face disappears in there. Now, critical issue, he's got long chin whiskers, don't singe. Now, the other aspect was they brought out 2 kids that were about 10 years old, and he's going to pass the power to them, and he goes like this, and touches them, and they're able. No, he did say they're not fully initiated yet, so I had limit, but they're still handling fire in ways that would burn us. By the way, back, and you want to circle back, and Tony Robbins, one of the things that we did with him was firewalking. This is back in the INSCOM days. So see, all of these things keep getting kind of integrated in ways that are hard to understand. But we did firewalking. And
What was your goal? What was your goal with exploring shamanism throughout the world? Was it just curiosity?
As in past tense.
Well, is it curiosity?
Yeah. God, I wish I knew. I mean, these things just keep evolving, and there are some things that are coming up that are proprietary that are going to be changing. It's at least on the level of Grush talking about UFOs and do we have any, but there are some big things on the horizon that, hopefully, our understanding of consciousness. I don't think you can totally understand all of this. Again, the issues of complexity come up pretty quickly.
You'd mentioned ayahuasca ceremonies.
Right.
What are some of the things that you've experienced, and why? Let me rephrase this question. What is the connection with psychedelics and the altered consciousness?
First of all, I do not think the psychopharmacology answers the basic question. As we know, DMT, dimethyltryptamine, is the supposedly psychoactive substance. Having said that, the things that I've witnessed, I have seen people take huge amounts and have no effect. I've seen them take minor amounts and have transformational effects. That's why I say the psychopharmacology, because that's based on you take X amount with X body weight or condition, we understand the result. Victoria, she will say that the goddess or the mother ayahuasca calls, that it's literally a calling. And I've seen it under a number of circumstances. We did a lot in Peru and near Iquitos. Have been in Ecuador and again in Santo Daime, which is a rapidly evolving religion. I was in Brazil. Having said that, we've seen other things in Umbanda and Candomblé. Many of them have similar kinds of things, some without any external stimulation. One of the strangest events, and it's one that I have a whole segment on Brazil in the book. We had attended an Umbanda ceremony, about 300 folks, and about 10 gringos. This is near Curitiba, a little city of 3 million people you never heard of in southern Brazil. There's lots of those. People don't realize how big the country is, how many of these cities are. But anyway, they called forward and said, does anybody want a healing? And Victoria always jumps out. And the head voodoo priestess is going down, young woman, probably in her 20s, and she goes like this. And Victoria says something basically familiar with possession. We're talking about becoming possessed by another spirit. And now, this is a group that's used to seeing spirit possession take place as part of the religion. They don't see gringos possessed. And so Victoria's out spinning on saying, I mean, you talk about stopping the show, that was it. And one of the guys comes over and says, well, I was taking pictures. Say, you're a reporter? I said, no, that's my wife. He says, she'll be okay. And does not remember anything that happened, but you're talking about total full body possession, and you do see some of these things with the psychoactive substances. So these things get intertwined, and I don't think there's direct causal links that necessarily take place, because he has had pretty profound transformational experiences in the ayahuasca arena. I've tried it a couple times, not a fan. I want to emphasize this will never be a recreational drug. There are side effects, politely called purging, and sometimes running at both ends. Which will kind of, you're not going to do this at a party. My personal, definitely there were things going on, and you're seeing colors that probably don't exist. I do recommend people look at, we had met, what was his name? The ayahuasca artist, and if you walk to the paintings, they're about as close to what you might see in that state. But, nothing that I could say is unexplained, but I have seen, people get really have mystical types of experiences. And interestingly, these usually go all night, or a good bit of it, and then they stop. But the next day, a little hangover, or and our friend is Ron Wheelock, who's known as the Gringo Shaman, whom I do recommend. But he says, it is going to end. It's interesting. You see people screaming and shouting and having, it's just terrible. And the next morning say, that's exactly what I needed. I do think it is an area that we need to be looking at in PTSD, by the way. One of the things. I was talking to the other Shawn last night, and program you can see that Lisa Ling did one called This Is Life, where she does look at this. Ron's involved. We'd missed her by a day down in Iquitos. But like I said, the bottom line is psychopharmacology doesn't answer it. Their position is that there's more than the cup and the lip.
Mm-hmm. Do you think you're able to tap into a higher consciousness?
We'd have to describe higher there. They do certainly get into other sort of forms of consciousness. And my personal experience was seeing certain, and you do see it in the paintings as well, things that emerge there that seem to be kind of universal symbols that are indicative of cultures that they've never had contact with. And you go, how would, where would that come from? You could, of course, dream it up. But what's become popular, of course, now in the U.S. is microdosing, where you're doing it for some of the sessions we were in. Well, in Santo Daime, which is a all-over religious ceremony, and then they go through these songs. I think the first one was like 21 different songs that so it goes on for hours and hours. But been able to watch the folks there, and it's they're definitely out of it in the kind of normal sense. Although one of the things I mentioned, because I do know, like first time I tried, you can be very much aware of the current thing. So the saying of you've lost your senses, you're going to say something that not at all. What you still have control and make it, although you are exposed to other realities, senses, as you might expect.
Where do you think these realities come from?
Where does reality come from?
These other realities that you're experiencing on psychedelics, where do they come from?
Wait. Are we talking about psychedelics or are we talking about reality? Because psychedelics would be a kind of a tiny subset.
Well, you had mentioned people are experiencing.
What are they experiencing?
Yes.
Well, that's actually an interesting question. The short answer would be don't know. Because, are these other realities that they're now having access to? Or is this just something that's being generated in the mind that they can do? When you answer the question about reality, remember we go back to when we say the physical arises from reality. So this is an experience that you normally have certain cognitive aspects to it, but that would be far from the saying that's the cause or the...
Downstairs, we had a short conversation about reincarnation. I'd like you to talk about reincarnation.
25 words or less. Well, what I was alluding to at the time was from near-death experiences that most of the people I know most of the key researchers in the field, and as the past president used to answer all kinds of letters and things on it. And the bottom line is, the thing that makes the most sense from our perspective is some form of reincarnation. Now, when you get into that, this is kind of an hours and hours of speculation. One of the ones that comes up initially is, well, take a Hindu religion, can you be animal, the sacred cows and all that. I think Buddha said he was a rabbit 6 times or something like that. So, can you reincarnate in other forms? A natural one that comes up is, well, if here, what about other planets? Now, one of the things that I said in the ET arena is there extraterrestrial life beyond all reasonable doubt. And you don't have to, that's pure numbers. Was it 16 septillion inhabitable planets? The number just keeps going. And even if you're a pure materialist, you would have to say just purely chemicals getting together must have happened someplace in that. And you go, well, does it happen simultaneously to our development, etc.? But it says, yeah, there's intelligent life someplace in the universe. Now, if you extrapolate that to reincarnation, it says, well, does it have to be Earth? What form does it take? This gets into really complex, again, cognitive approaches that, if you want me to take it a step further for you.
I'd love for you to take it a step further.
That, it's not just that you say, well, I asked you the question and you didn't answer. who were you? And I ask a lot of people, and a number of people say, well, I remember, various aspects of things as if they're not. Suppose that you actually planned life and that, what you're playing out, and then you get into the whole free will versus predestination conundrum. And what they would say is you have free will, you chose a life form that certain events are going to happen, that you're going to be afforded a chance to make decisions. And this is all a learning experience. And yeah, you'll make some bad decisions along the way, and maybe if you come back again, you'd
make some better
not
ones.
make that. As they say, karma's a bitch. But yeah, I'd say the evidence has come out pretty strong that, and by the way, I try not to get into people's religious beliefs and all that. And we get into NDEs, we go into just the pure, here's what the evidence says. So I would emphasize here, what we're talking about is highly speculative, and I recognize that. There's many people who've studied much more, and of course there are whole religions based on by the way, it was in a tenet of the Christian religion up until 566, 533, where it was voted out in Constantinople. And some people say that this is kind of a control mechanism, because if you believe in all the stuff in reincarnation and nothing's wrong, you say, what the hell, why don't I, do lots of bad things or things that feel good or whatnot that ethically you probably shouldn't, because, it's a free ride. And others will say that's not the point. And this is when you get into what's the application or meaning of this. I do doing a lot of work with mediums and have several that, the kinds of things that they're reporting highly accurately, certainly indicates that this is an approach, and the reason you're doing whatever it is that you're doing is part of your evolutionary or learning process. Maybe Hindus are right, and we're going to, move to Atman or.
Let's have the free will or predestination debate. What do you believe personally?
I believe it's certainly a conundrum, and that there seems to be elements of both. It appears as if that what you're having is, again, certain lessons are provided, and hopefully you will choose an evolutionary path that will help you, and you might not have to come back and do that again. You certainly, when you get into one of the big ones, I was talking to one of the main researchers just the other day, and of course the instant one that comes up in both of our backgrounds is why war. And sort of the bottom line is because you need it, because of the souls that have to evolve, that pay for what you did, and lives taken, and bad things done, as opposed to, as I think we both know, there are opportunities for great good in war. People do very heroic things that are, self-sacrificing and things of that nature. But on the other things, some very bad things happen too.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. What do you think happens when you die?
Well, I can say, again, I hate to get into this with, because I don't want to interfere with people's religious beliefs. I would say the evidence is overwhelming that consciousness continues in some form. Now, the question is what form? And I think the biggest issue, sort of unresolved, does consciousness survive or does personality survive? Which are different issues. I mean, some would say you merge into a greater essence, generic consciousness per se. Having said that, we, again, working with mediums, when they report from discarnate people and accurately on, seem to be aware of what's going on in life, and they describe, well, I was this, I was sick, I had this happen. It's all the physical attributes of the person as they existed before. So that there has to be some connection with personality for them to develop that.
That's a good point.
The answer is I don't have a good answer for which is which. There are others that I know of. I'll mention one medium that I have great confidence is Suzanne Giesman. I don't know if you know that name at all. But,
I don't.
okay, well, Suzanne's a medium. Take hours to get into the whole course there, but she's also a retired Navy commander who is married to a former Navy captain. And she used to be the assistant to the chairman of the Joint Chiefs. And in fact, when I saw her in 9/11, she was with Hugh Shelton. And I saw her give this presentation. Let's see, Hugh and I used to be majors at the same time in the same place. I said he did a lot better than I did. But so I said, I noticed that you never mentioned his name. And says, well, I've talked to him. He just doesn't want to be associated. But, Suzanne had never had or knowingly had psychic experiences or anything like that. I think they were sailing off Croatia. She and her husband were, on their own. He had a daughter from a previous marriage who had joined the Marines, was pregnant, and walking across the tarmac and got hit by lightning and killed. And so they came back, and Suzanne started working on, how do I contact Susan? It happened to be Susan's daughter's name as well. And worked on it, and is now one of the premier, she now contacts spirits on a continuous basis and does it for other people, and has one where it merges is, she has a group called Sanaya, who reports as a singular entity who is saying they are a collection of spirits who are going to collaborating but come forth as a single one. Now, how you wrap your head around that is, really difficult. But, we became friends over, like I say, knowing some of the same people. Her book, what's this to loop back in? Her first book was The Medium and the Doctor, and it was about Anne Gaiman, and Anne is the one who held that fork up that I told you that dropped over that got us interested in PK. Now, how do you interrelate all of those things?
I have no idea.
Yeah.
When you talk about so we're in the what happens when you die? Do you return to some type of generic consciousness? What do you personally believe?
That's a good question. I'll let you know when I figure it out. I am personally 100% convinced that consciousness continues. Exactly what form that is and all that gets into more difficult territory, certainly. Again, as I said, I was the president of the International Association for Near-Death Studies, and I know most of those key people, and the stories they tell are just I'll digress into one because there's several, but Mary Neal is one of those. And Mary's a medical doctor, lives in Wyoming. She was in northern Chile kayaking. And what's significant about this case are the physical attributes that cannot be denied. So they're out, it's the last day of their kayaking trip, and she's the last. There's her husband, who normally went with them, did not that day. So she's at the trail end, and they're going over pretty good. Now she's highly qualified and can do Cat 3, Cat 4, no problem, which she does. And something happens, and where she wants to go is blocked. So she gets forced to a different direction, goes over the waterfall, and goes down about 30 feet, and is stuck, nose down. Now, she's in there, and you got your kayak, and there's a quick release, but because of the water, the strength of the water come over, can't reach that. Mm-hmm. The way she gets out of it eventually is her legs break above the knee, and it's like bending this way, and gets, they find her, she's probably underwater for 35 minutes. And, the point there is you cannot hold your breath for 35 minutes.
Yeah.
And so there's no doubt about that she probably physically died. And they finally find her body downstream and bring her back, and two guys come out from the shore. Now, again, we're in a remote area of Chile, and they take her. By the way, there's some other miracle things that happen, rocks appear and that. They take her to the waiting ambulance. The point is, there are no ambulances in this part of Chile. And there's one that happens to be waiting at the road that takes her in. She also talks about she was out, met God, and those sorts of things, but also had an experience where she is given information that no mother wants to hear. She has 4 small children at the time. And the information is that your son will die at 17. Sure enough, turned 17, car zigs and zags, and does. In fact, she said until a year before that, she didn't even tell her husband about this aspect of it. But here you have, the physical drowning that must have taken place. You see the pictures of her, no doubt about the legs. I mean, that was just awful, and was crippled for a long time. She's an orthopedic surgeon, by the way, and still is. And so you have that. You have these 2 guys appear who, they went back looking for them and aren't there. But you have an ambulance that isn't there, that physically does take her to, the hospital. You have information about events in the future. This is why you get into the question of free will versus, is it predestined that some would be killed at that point? And this is obviously years before, but what decisions could he have made that he might not have been out skateboarding at that time, and yet did happen. So these are the kind of cases when you say, one other guy I will mention is Eben Alexander. I recommend, he wrote Proof of Heaven. No relative, but his case, and what's interesting about him, this guy was a neurosurgeon at Harvard for 25 years, and of course didn't believe in any of this nonsense. And the highlights of his case, he has end-grain meningitis, dies, is dying, and taken to his own hospital. And I recognize him. So he is out for a week, and said, knows, again, as a neurosurgeon who's been teaching neurosurgery, consciousness could not have been there. And yet he has a whole thing you can read in his books on what happened to them and all of that. The critical issue I mentioned, I didn't, not a relative, but he was adopted at birth. Turns out that his birth parents married after he was adopted and had more children, so he's got physical. While he is out, wherever this is for this week, he has an escort of this female butterfly who takes him around and escorts him through higher realms. And I mean, he gets into a very complex thing. And one of the reasons you believe in, continuation and, the complexity of the universe. So he revives and comes back. Now, he's never met, the birth parents had never wanted to meet, but he now meets them and finds out that this sister, whom he has never met, and he now sees pictures of her. I think you can see where this is going. That's the guide.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Do you have contact with these people?
Oh, yeah. All the time. But, I mean, there are so many of them. I just picked a couple of the really, where it gets beyond, well, again, what Suzanne uses, NOE, called no other explanation.
Wow. What do you think about manifestation?
About what?
Manifesting things into existence. Do you believe in that?
Can you be a bit more specific about physical things, developing things in the future?
Developing things in the future.
I met people who have done this kind of as a occupation.
Yeah.
And they talk about manifesting your life and that, as opposed to physical apports that are appearing and things that precipitate into physical reality.
I've not heard about anything that comes into physical reality.
Oh, yeah.
Can you give me an example?
Yeah. My table mate at Scene Jesse was a Pakistani. I chose to have a foreign student, and we got off into some of these things. And hopefully got the case right. But anyway, not sure what the relative, senior relative, older relative that he had, said that where he lived every night, he'd wake up in the morning and there would be money on the sill. By the way, his father, must have been his grandfather, who had a VC, had fought for the British, actually, VC. I mean,
wow.
That's MOH level here.
Yep.
Yeah. And, but anyway, said that, they would wake up every morning. It wasn't a big amount, just a small amount of money would be there. And then told somebody about it, stopped. But where it came from, how it got there. And now, if you want, well, we can get into the thing. Well, what happened with us in Mongolia had specific examples of that. I've got them in the drawer. The first one, we were meeting with a shaman bull, and this is up near the Siberian border. We're chasing the reindeer shaman here. But anyway, went in and we did a ceremony, and Victoria and I were the only two foreigners there. Had a few people local. Familiar with the Mongolian gear? So small, I forget how many were there. But he's doing this ceremony, and all of a sudden we hear this, tuk, 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 and the thing goes rolling across the floor. So I picked it up. And when I got home, sometime later, I took it down to Hal's place. Hal put off, and they said, "Oh, it's a tektite." I didn't know. No, a tektite is formed by the ejecta from a meteor hitting the ground. Relatively rare, not rare, not diamond rare, but relatively rare. What got my impression most is this thing happens. He says, "Oh, you should keep it," and I'm sure, and it's the local people going, "Oh, wow," looking at it like they've never seen this. So it's not part of his stick, if you will. And again, it's kind of like the voodoo folks. These are people who at a poverty level look up to dirt. So the idea that he's pocketing these things, and could he pocket it and dropped it? Yeah. Did he? I don't think there's any chance that happened. So where did it come from? More spectacular, a number of nights later, we had been out, forget how many nights, it was the 8th night, and we had with these little, pop-up tents that we were using. Victoria and I had one, and of course, it's just room enough for the 2 sleeping pads or sitting. But the point is, every morning, you turn it upside down and shake it, just to shake the dirt out. It's that light. And we've done that for 8 nights now. Wake up the next morning, and between our pads is a 50-pence Australian coin. Have no idea. Now remember, we're near Siberia. And this 50-pence Australian coin is lying between our bed. So those are the first-hand kinds of things. I'm saying first-hand experiences.
Yeah. I mean, what's that conversation like when you wake up and there's 50 Australian coins?
Like, where did this come from?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, there's only... we had the driver, we had a local guy, the guy and the driver, I mean, that they slipped it in the middle of the night. Probability approaches 0.
Yeah.
So, how do you explain it? I don't know. But I do say I do have that, and I keep it in the safe because these things have a habit of disappearing. It's like when I showed it to Hal, I mean, I physically carried it down there. I'm not going to mail these things around. Like too many people say, well, lost in the mail or something. But how do you explain this stuff? Don't know.
I mean, you have to be thinking about this all the time. All these things that you've witnessed, that you've heard, that you've experienced. I mean, it's just in the couple hours we've been talking, there's dozens. How do you sleep at night?
Pretty well most of the time.
Yeah. Have you manifested anything? Have you tried to?
Try to report, no.
Why not?
But these things happen. I say these things sort of, well, my main take on it is I don't consider myself psychic per se, but a lot of these things happen around me, seem to be more of a catalyst than just have experienced a lot of them. A lot of strange things have happened.
Back to consciousness, Do you think we're all tapped into one kind of fabric?
Oh, yeah. Well, my friend Larry Dossie wrote the book on that. I don't know if you know Larry or not, but he's, again, MD, one of the ones for our paths crossed in a number of areas, but he was actually a medical doctor with the 101st Airborne in Vietnam. So we had, comparable stories there. But Yeah, you can read his stories. Yeah, everything is connected.
Let's move
And we
back.
don't always do the best to, sometimes when they say, what you do hurts you, that sort of look like it's really true.
Let's move back into some of your career. Let's move back. How did you get connected with Robert Bigelow?
Oh, well, the first time I met him, it was just a handshake sort of thing. John Mack and Dave Pritchard. John Mack is, do you know John?
I do not.
Oh, in the UFO circles, that's an automatic. John was a Pulitzer Prize winner, medical doctor at Harvard University. A whole story worth knowing. And he had a group studying abduction cases. He's best known. In fact, his book is called Abduction. Dave Pritchard was an optical physicist, again, premier level. And they held a conference at MIT. An interesting thing they might have to come back to is when we arrived at the conference, that was one of the speakers. And I was talking about the relationship between UFOs and near-death experiences. And we all had to sign a statement that we understood it was at MIT, not by MIT. And you fast forward to where I just came from Stanford, and they were very supportive of Gary Nolan's thing at Stanford. I think that's hugely significant. Harvard also has Avi Loeb, whom I met there at Stanford as well, and he's has the astronomy department at Harvard, and they now have the Galileo project that studies it. And so the point is, from an institutional perspective, they have shifted in 30 from years, like, don't mention our name, to, yeah, we can support this. So for Bob, I just briefly met him there. What I did not know at that time is that his son had just died, like within the last 30 days at that juncture. Fast forward maybe a couple of years or something, I've got a group at my house. I was living in Santa Fe, and Hal Putoff was there. I think Jacques Vallée and some other, I forget all, what the whole group was. And it was over the weekend, and talking about, this was kind of a follow-on to the Advanced Theoretical Physics project. We did keep in touch even after I retired. And out of the blue, it's Sunday morning, and folks are getting ready to go to Albuquerque to catch their flights. And the phone rings, and it's, hi, I'm Bob Bigelow. I've heard about you. You got any projects that'd be of interest? And yeah, so the short answer then was yes. We had another one, some guy that he funded independently. And a short time after that, he came back and he was, he said he wanted to create an institute, which became NIDS. And at the time, we were, the Santa Fe Institute was there, which was primarily in chaos theory. And you had Murray Gell-Mann, who's a Nobel physicist, and on the board were people I knew from MIT, but, kind of at that level of science. And they were the premier institute in physics. By the way, this is another one that crosses over. You read The Lost World, we're talking about Michael Crichton. You see a lot of people in that book are the ones from Santa Fe, because it's based on, it was Jurassic Park, was based on chaos theory, as well as encapsulation of DNA, etc. So Lano had kind of made it clear they didn't want to push non-lethal weapons. And in the meantime, I had worked with the Council on Foreign Relations, and the Joint Non-Lethal Weapons Directorate was being developed as a direct response to that. That's kind of a side story. So I was the system there was very age sensitive. So I was in the 60s at the time, and so retiring was a pretty good option. And then from that, he developed NIDS, and I was the first one there, and then helped develop the whole board. And, but it was one of these serendipitous, out of the blue, first contacts, if you will. And
Yeah.
you can't plan these things.
What kind of stuff were you guys studying at Skinwalker?
Oh, no, Skinwalker is actually a subset of NIDS now.
Okay.
So I don't know which one you want to. Looking at the ranch or the.
Let's look at the overall big picture.
Okay. NIDS was formed to study two specific things. One was a continuation of consciousness, and the other was UFOs. And I had suggested to Bob, unsuccessfully, that you ought not be developing, subset organizations. And, first thing, he's an engineer by trade. First thing, he draws a box and says, we got this, and you got UFOs, and you got cattle mutilations, and you got abduction, right to the board. My suggestion was not to do that, and that form follows function. Let's correct data and see where it goes and create an organizational structure based on the data and the kinds of things that we're receiving. Put together, no doubt, a world-class board. One you wouldn't recognize. Ted Rockwell? I doubt that. He was Rickover's technical director. But very interested in these phenomena and that. Edgar Mitchell was on, Jack Schmidt from Apollo 17. Can't remember all of them. Hal Kitt, I think, Kit Green is the first. He was the president of the board. Marty Pilch had come. I brought several from Los Alamos. One of the key ones was Dean Judd. He is key. Dean is particularly key in where these things, again, cross over. Dean had been the chief scientist for SDI. As importantly, after he did that, do you know what an NIO was? The National Intelligence Officer?
Yes.
Okay, now this is back before the DNI is created. So the organizational structure, the CIA had two hats. The director of CIA, he was the director of CIA and the director of Central Intelligence, which is different. And so under the IC, he created the IC staff, because you can't go to the president and say CIA thinks this, but DIA thinks that. You've got to come in with an integrated position. So these were the guys who had the national position on any given topic. Now, most of them are geographic. I got guys for Asia, for Europe, or, Middle East, etc. But there was one for technology, for science and technology, and that was Dean Judd. My point there is, Dean and I knew each other extraordinarily well. I mean, we traveled together. I brought him on a board for at SOCOM and whatnot. And he's willing to work with Bob. Now, did not want his name out there. He used a different name in the public. He definitely did not know anything about any integral, ongoing program in there. But remember, he's the guy who's got to go to the president and say, here's what we know on all issues in space and whatnot. Didn't know that. So he's another example. Yeah, there was kind of a who's who in science and whatnot. So put the board together, and we initially, one of the first biggies, we actually had a conference on the life after death research. Had about 30 or 40 folks present for that. And then, of course, the UFOs were coming along. Then out of the blue kind of came along Terry and the exposure to the ranch. By the way, it was never Skinwalker Ranch while NIDS had it.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a name that came along after
Yeah.
and has attached. We just call it like the ranch. That it was an opportunity that just emerged, and it got to be so because of the number and complexity of the events that were happening. And then we heard Terry's story, and Frankie believed him. I think he's straight up and very honest. And bad things happening to his family, know why he sold. I mean, you can't blame him for that. And it was taking a lot of heat in the area. And so Bob just decided to buy the ranch, and then that kind of became a laboratory, if you will. You had a living lab, and we started studying and going up there. I said I was the one who spent the first night I was with him the day he bought the ranch, and spent the night there. And nothing. It does seem, and one of the questions that comes up is that certain people seem to be focal points for some of this and have more of the mystical experiences than others. I didn't. There was one of our group that's pretty well known, but he seemed to be more sensitive and have strange things around him. And
I have a question. When I interviewed Brandon Fugel, he said that Bigelow would not share any research or information that was discovered at the ranch. Why would he not do that?
that's Bob.
That's just him.
Yeah. One of the things that I have talked to and feel disappointed with, one of the things we did initially is create a pretty significant library, and there were a number of folks that came forward and were able to buy or collect information. People had private collections. By the way, a guy you haven't heard of that's significant here is Dave Marler. And he lives in Albuquerque and has set up a major foundation and is collecting and has had, I think, got relationships with the University of New Mexico to protect this equipment. And one of the things they're doing is overtly looking for folks who have private collections and bringing it together. Jeff Kreipel has done that at Rice as well. But Bob was just one of the old stuff. He can be very, very private in many areas.
What's the connection between the continuation of consciousness and UFOs?
The UFOs have got to be a piece of
Consciousness.
piece of the consciousness puzzle. Yeah.
How
As
do
I
you,
said, you've had now, as you know, particularly from Jacques, these go back millennia. Reports of some incident, but where you have all of these significant interactions and with UFOs, that's a relatively new wrinkle to interaction with other forms of non-sentient life or non-human sentient life.
how do you, what kind of experiments do you do or research do you do when it comes to the continuation of consciousness? How do you study that?
I'm not ready to discuss that right now because I think it's coming.
Okay.
I will tell you that's to be announced. But
Okay.
actually have a Zoom session on that on Sunday.
All right. Roger that.
But huge. And one of the problems that you have is, if we're right on consciousness arriving and the complexity, and remember the PSP, precognitive sentient phenomena, how do you get ahead of that when it knows what you're going to do before you do it, and determines what results you're going to get?
How long did you guys study that?
Noon tomorrow? I don't know.
No, I mean with under NIDS.
Tucson, this is literally evolving as we,
Okay.
yeah, I mean, this is, where I think it's headed, and there's too many loose pieces right now, and don't want to risk upsetting any of those.
Okay. When it comes to some of these crash retrievals, there's a big disclosure thing happening. The first hearing in Congress was last year. I think they've had another one since then. What do you think of all this stuff? There's so many different camps in this.
Well, I'm in a firm maybe. I had come down against Roswell. Having said that, until Grush came forward, and whether in a weaponized thing, that's one of the things they were talking about with me there. Has it changed? Because I was kind of a firm no. Now, Roswell happened, no doubt about that. My position was, I'm pretty sure it was ours. And, had the details to kind of support that. And from multiple sources. Conversely, after Grush came forward, and again, I know those key players as well, lose a friend, Chris Mellon, and you know Jim Simovan? That's a name you'd want to know. Well, he's public now. I wouldn't have said anything, but he was the executive officer, director of CIA, and an abductee, where he'd had personal. It was one of the, like I say, when these things get convoluted. I'm at a conference, or actually a training session at what's the name? But anyway, they go around the room, who are you, blah, blah, blah. And I mentioned my name, he answers his, and we went on break, and he says, are you John Alexander? And I said, yeah, why? He says, well, I heard about you, and then mentions he's very senior CIA. And we go to lunch, and he tells us about the experience where he's living in Northern Virginia, and he wakes up, and he and his wife are outside, and have no idea how they got there. And there had been little beings in the room with them, and how do we get outside? And then there's physical stuff that happened and all that. And he's one that has come and said, believe Grush. Now, not what he told me before. Talked to Chris Mellon about it. And the problem is the data never all fit. I told you some of the pieces before. Guys like, if Grush is right, my take is this is absolutely illegal, what has been going on. I think I know now how it was potentially funded, and it's not what conventional wisdom has. One of the things we didn't mention, and you hear all the time, mentions particularly the Skunk Works, which you got a Skunk Works patch over there. I knew Ben Rich, and we talked about this. I mean, we had meetings on this. Ben, when I was with him, had a shopping list. And I'll give you the name because when I was at the Seoul conference, I was standing in line, and this guy talks to me, and So where are you from? He said, oh, he's from the skunk work. He just retired from the skunk work. Oh, that's interesting. So he said, it turns out they have a list, and I asked, well, unfortunately, the guy has transitioned. But Sheffield was the guy that Ben gave me, and it said, Ben had a shopping list, I want the propulsion system, I want the cloaking system, I want the da-da-da, and looked out, and this runs very counter to a lot of the popular literature, and I believe we had more than one discussion on this. Could he have lied to me? Possible. I think I mentioned before, we knew Edward Teller and had gone, when we were doing ATP, the Advanced Theoretical Physics, one of our suppositions was if 5 people are in the loop in Roswell, Teller's one of them. And the reason is that, remember, he is the guy who is involved with the most energy that is known to mankind at that time, nuclear fusion, right? Had him over for dinner and actually brought these topics up. And he didn't dismiss it. He just said, well, I think they're looking the wrong, went into the thing. And he's the one who talked about Trinity and how, people knew and most people didn't and all of that. But no indication of that. By the way, he liked the Cash Landrum case that I told you about.
Did he?
And that's because of the radiation, and we understand that sort of case. So like I say, the pieces just never all fit. I am like probably you and most of America now waiting to say, okay. Now, one of my problems is that, as I said, well, I actually didn't mention this. When I was doing these briefings on ATP, in addition, I had mentioned Star Wars, I had met with the director or deputy director of all those 3-letter agencies. Now, if you have a crash retrieval program, you got to have a hell of a lot of people. You think about, my approach to all of this has been, okay, it's real. How would I organize to do that? And the numbers get you. Meaning, how many people do you have to have that are ready to go on a moment's notice? You go to any contingency plan where you have a global contingency plan, because that's what it would have to be, right? Mm-hmm. All over the globe, any place, maybe you're talking about international relations and all, but then you're talking adding liaison officers, or anybody might go out and collect, and et cetera, et cetera. The numbers make no sense. And I will tell you, the director of one of those 3-letter agencies were having the briefing. I was there, somebody else was with me. It may have been just Bert, because this is one where generals, talking to generals that are allowed to do it. And so he goes, we don't do that. There's no requirement. If you understand how the intelligence community is driven by requirements, they collect against specific targets and that. B, I'll tell you about the ones I saw. So the point is, here is a guy who's now the head of one of those 3-letter agencies, who has personally seen what he describes as UFOs, and says, agency not involved. Now, the question comes up, were all these people lying to me? I frankly doubt it. There's just too many. Mm-hmm. But the flip side is, believe, and that this tiny, tiny subset does have it. So, like I say, I'm waiting for the shoe to drop.
You and everybody else. But, do ETs have the technology? Do we have the technology? How do we know what's ours? How do we know it's not?
the technology. One thing almost everybody agree, even the believers say haven't been able to crack it in reality. And my example is if an F-35 crashed in the Amazon and the Carina Quarry picked it up, you'd probably have better spears, but you wouldn't understand flying and stealth and all of that. And that seems to be, almost in the rumors that come back and just say, don't understand. Now, there are those who say, no, we've been flying it for a long time. And I think that's bullshit. And the reason is if you had the technology and could fly it, the issue is not little widgets flying. It's about understanding technology that's fundamentally different. You can make the Middle East irrelevant. And in fact, in one of my books I wrote to that, because I write little vignettes of what would happen, and it was that zero-point energy source is discovered, and it changes the geopolitics of the world, which it would. And so that you would take this and go make a little widget to fly, inconsequential compared to understanding. Now, we also looked at what would it take if you did understand such an energy? And our best guess is, at least 2, probably 3 decades before you could inculcate that. And you can see examples of that right now with electric cars, because you're talking about, the big question of, okay, where are recharging mechanisms and all that? To put in that infrastructure takes decades. So you would get started well ahead of time. So I think the idea that we've had it and sequestered, and that the other flip side is usually, the oil barons and all that would just bury it because they want to keep theirs going. I say, no, they would own it. They would just go out and buy it. We have the concentration of wealth as we do in the U.S. Right now. Now, the people with money would just, invest in that and buy it. There's no need to be afraid.
Yeah, that is a good point. Let's talk about some of these abductions. I'm sure you've looked into some of the abductions.
Okay.
What are some of the abductions that really stand out to you that you find to be credible?
Well, again, I had mentioned before John Mack, and he was the premier guy in abduction phenomena. And John was much more circumspect than most people realize. Again, little gray eyes from Zeta Reticuli picking people up and that. The converse is the one that I mentioned before. Here's the guy who, it's interesting. He becomes the executive officer of the CIA. He's literally in charge of counterterrorism for the U.S. for a while, who has to sleep with the light on. And like I say, I put Jim down, and I know his wife too, highly, highly credible people. And, of course, they can't answer what happened other than they're sleeping in the room and they end up outside and there's no doors to get there and things of that nature. Again, I think we're back to complexity and, Whitley Strieber is a good friend. We've talked about, Whitley, his cases and stuff that happened in New York. He's the one who had come up with a whole anal probe kinds of things. I don't think that the issue is in hybrid children and fighting is, if you're fighting ET, that's total bullshit. Because if ET understands physics and can get across the universe and get here, they also understand biology. And I don't need humans to make new humans, and I don't even need life humans. If I can collect, well, we've seen this now with the DNA, alive. And what I've said is, ET says no to free-range humans. What they would do is, if it were adversarial, is just wipe out the people and create their own. It'd be a biological attack. I forgot to mention to you that you don't realize, and I just learned this morning on the internet, that you're talking to a zombie who is controlled by evil ETs. That's literally on the internet today. I'm a zombie, and so this stuff gets pretty wild. And again, the damn issue of complexity. Do these events happen? Oh, absolutely happen. But having said that, again, you get back to the interactions of humans and sentient non-humans. We've been having abductions. Remember Rip Van Winkle? And there's one that's in the Quran, and this notion of going to sleep or bilocation, and that has been around forever, and not necessarily that some ET snatched them up and moved them there. Why does it come? Are there, they call it cloaked memories, and changing it to make people think that it's something else. See, one of the things I mentioned earlier on the Cash Landrum case, helicopters flying around, absolutely weren't there, and have looked at that and said, but can I make you think they're there? Can we do thought projection so that, that these things are being projected, so the recipients they're reporting what they actually see, but that's because something that's being implanted directly into the brain. Scary thing, if you watched in the news in the last couple of weeks, them talking about Chinese working on thought control.
I have.
Yep. You can.
I read about that. What do you think about that? Do you think that's a possibility?
You have to describe it.
Thought projection.
Oh, parts of it are absolutely real. No, we can. This is an area that I don't know if it's still classified or not, but there are ways to project certain that are very prosaic, complex but prosaic. How much you can do, I don't know, but we're talking, if Cash Landrum is the UFO is there, physical, and we know from a physical fact something was physically there, but can implant thoughts that are terribly complex, i.e. it's not just, but it's, certain types of helicopters are flying around this thing. We know for sure they were not. That talks to a degree of technology that's well beyond certainly anything I've ever heard of or even been sort of being close to. By the way, related, I was giving a briefing on non-lethal weapons to the director of science or director of research at CIA headquarters. And never meant the whole thing of thought control has been, in the CT arena. And, he went off into that. And it was, I don't know if people know what happened on the church committee, but that's the whole LSD thing and that. And said, no way in hell are we touching something like that. And people would look, I think you play You Bet Your Agency. And when you do that, if you get caught playing with those kinds of technologies. Now, having said that, of course, this recent stuff has been associated with China and certainly don't have the same moral limitations that we might on that. But the implications of where that goes is just really, really horrendous.
I mean, obviously they would have to tap into some type of a consciousness. Obviously they would have to tap into some type of consciousness. I mean, we're talking about
well, depending on how
plants.
you're defining consciousness now. See, you're back to, I think there's a significant difference between the brain and the mind.
Mm-hmm.
So what we're really talking about here is being able to manipulate the mind. And what we know from like fMRI, for instance, yeah, you can do that. That works both ways. You can also read the mind based on certain physical responses. I've argued in some.
I guess what I'm saying is, if you're able to, how do I explain this? If you're able to, let's talk about the cell sample. Your cells were hooked up to the polygraph machine, and they were able to pick up on your emotional algorithm.
Right.
Would there be a way to reverse that to where the cells can manipulate the mind?
Yeah, you're very close to something that Bert and I were discussing. If you remember when Reagan was shot,
mm-hmm.
and one of the things that came up, everybody attributed to ghouls, but trying to collect bandages and all of that. And we're in a highly speculative area here now, but it was, can I take this sample and revert it back to where you can influence the actual organism? I mean, you're talking the Manchurian Candidate at a whole different degree here, but the concern, we literally had discussions about, who's controlling all of these physical samples that are coming from the president. And could you do this? Again, emphasize that this gets used, highly speculative, but thought about, certainly.
Last thing, interspecies communications.
Yeah?
Let's talk about it.
Okay. Which species?
The dolphins.
Oh, the dolphin research, yeah. Well, we did that in a whale. The dolphin research was actually doing interaction, the stuff with the whales. Again, we're interacting a lot closer than we are with humpback whales and whatnot. And so they knew exactly where we were.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, and the ability to do that. It wasn't exactly communication, but we were in a rigid rubber 10-meter boat. I mean, could have flipped that in a heartbeat, and yet we're having interactions at inches from that. But no, there's several applications there, and this is going to go off into the Bledsoe story as well. We had done, a guy I had mentioned was Ted Rockwell. He's the one who had been with Rickover as technical director, very interested in these areas, and he had funded this. And what we did was we were dealing with two aspects. One was dolphins in the open ocean. We did a week. This was off of the Bahamas. Went in the north end, signed in, and up north of there. And spent a week out there. And we had the protocols that we set up was for very practical reasons. There would be no physical contact unless they initiated it. And the app is there's suspect to human infections and things of that nature. But again, these are pods in the open ocean, And they vary in size. And what happens normally is in the morning they'll break up and go hunting and come back together late in the day, and they can run from twos and that to hundreds. We've seen some of that. So we were working. Actually, an ex-wife was the one who was psychic on this and would have interaction. If they came, we would get in the water. And by the way, if you've dived with them, but it's just amazing. I mean, you've got these things, hundreds of pounds, and they're, inches away from you, because they would come to us while you're in the water.
Are these wild?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. We're talking open ocean. Anyway, so we started into some of the psychic things, and would say, I think they're coming, they're a long ways off. And there's one in particular where we were trying to communicate and have them do certain things. And you'd see them come rolling in, and then we were on the boat. Anyway, we're Dream 2, and had a small raft that were towing behind it, and to bring them in, and we saw them coming across, and had them, again, the telepathic instruction was to make a major shift and to go back out and circle around and come back in, and had them respond to it. Now, a lot of the time we would get in the water, we'd keep the fins and goggles there, so you had to get in the water fast to get their attention and they would stay and play with you when we did that. But this is one trying to give telepathic communications and have them do it. Now, there's another set of experiments, but these were in captivity, and they did this. I forget where they were, but they were in tanks, and they put up signs roughly north, south, east, and west. And there's another guy who deserves credit here, was Scott Jones. Has that name popped up at all?
No, it has not.
Antiquity, one who's key in many of these areas, and then had become he's an ex-Navy pilot, a lot of strange stuff from Korea, had experiences, and then got involved in these areas and became assistant. Claiborne Pell was a senator who became quite interested. Anyway, Scott set this up, and so what they did is he made a number of cards with sets of instructions, and then they put them in the envelope and numbered the envelopes, but did not know what instruction is in what envelope. And so there would be things like go to north, circle counterclockwise twice, go to east, etc. And they did that and had 5 out of 5. They had 6 envelopes. 5 out of 5 does that, and then they would read the instruction and send the message. They would do it. 6th one picks up, no, she does not know what's in the envelope, right? Dolphin starts a routine and opens it up. And they had done the routine before they'd even, seen it.
Wow.
Yeah. I knew John Lilly, and you may know Lilly on dolphins because he had done a lot of the basic research on that. He also warns you that you got to be careful a bit because they can get aggressive, particularly with women at times. Yeah, there's a sexual component to it. But where I mentioned earlier, this is Chris Bledsoe's case, and we can talk about the whole thing, but he's one who's having interactions with orbs on a continuous basis. Starts with an amazing case. But I wrote the foreword to his book, UFO God. It appears as if this is some form of communication that we don't understand, but he has a telepathic communication with them. Now, one of the things that they did, and I understand they've now just recently replicated, but hasn't aired, there was the program called Beyond Skinwalker Ranch has a set on Chris, and I'm in that. But near the end, what they do, I mean, this really blew them away. David Broadwell, who was orchestrating this, got a hold of a guy, and they have a EEG helmet. And so they've got Chris outside, and when they show it in the film, what's really effective is Chris is there, he's pointing to orbs that are moving around. They're photographing the orbs so that they see that. So you got him in the poem. And the third one is actually the reading from his EEG. And what you see is a profound shift to something that looks like a Zen meditator with 30 years experience or something like that. But the brain waves just shift tremendously when he's, again, doing this communication with the orbs. I said the problem at the moment is we have yet to figure out the Rosetta Stone where we can understand what this means. And getting back to Brandon, he also says that in Skinwalker Ranch, he thinks that the issue is attempted communication. We just don't understand it.
What kind of communication is Bledsoe having with these orbs?
Oh, he calls them and sees them almost daily.
He calls them and they come in.
Yeah. I get emails. I haven't had an email for a week or two, but almost every week, if the weather's good, he goes out and, they respond. And
do you think he would be interested in an interview?
Yeah, he would. No problem with that one.
Chris Bledsoe.
Yeah.
Roger that.
We'll talk about that, but the case it's another one. The complexity of that case is absolutely amazing, and that it's turned into a positive thing. In fact, I just sent him on, I think it was Tuesday, was the 16th or 17th year since his first major event happened. And I sent him a note that said, happy anniversary. Because it was, he has a fabulous family and all been involved, but they took a lot of heat.
Yeah.
MUFON, why they existed. They had a video up on it. It's just terrible what they did with him in the initial reporting. And, of course, the local community. And to make it matters worse, his family comes very fundamentalist Christian and does not want to hear that. And, we can talk about the case itself is interesting because it's one where I had a personal experience with it. But I'm absolutely convinced of the reality, mostly because of what happened to me. I mean, most of these things I've talked about are things I've observed or been around. But this was one that gets me.
Yeah. Man, this is a lot to think about. I do. One other thing came to mind that I would like to ask you about, and that is the underground ET bases. Lots of people talk about it. I don't know what to believe.
Well, tell me more about what the question is.
Well, what really popped on my radar is, I've always heard about them. That these Tic Tacs, UFOs come out of the ocean, they come out of the ground, and some people think that they've been here all along. Then when I was researching Joe McMoneagle, I found kind of a mini documentary that talks about these remote viewers that remote viewed underground bases, one being in Mount Hayes, Alaska.
Yeah, that's Ingo.
What do you know about this stuff?
Mostly what you do, and the probability of it being significant and physical reality, I think, is pretty slim. But you're back to what do you mean by UFO, and you say, where do they come from? If it's an interdimensional thing, then you don't have a problem of that. And you also don't have a problem of physical space, of where are they. Now, having said that, as if it sounds highly negative, conversely, again, if you're talking, this finish over to the near-death arena and the mediums, and they talk about the spirit world that's very, very close to us and aware of what we're doing and interacting, and it's, physically right here, immediately adjacent. It gets you away from a lot of the problems of, like I say, time and distance and things of that nature. But it's, worth considering, certainly. But that gets you away from necessarily that there's a fixed base that's there, that's in three-dimensional reality as we know it. Is this in something that has other dimensions? And so it's not physically taking up space, and you've got to get there. Because we know where Mount Hayes is, and, having said that, have heard for a long time, about UFOs flying into and out of mountains and mesas. It's much rarer than the typical UFO story, but certainly there. You must remember something I haven't hit. One of my first questions always is, what do you mean by a UFO? And the problem is they got little balls of light, got hard craft miles across, literally, and thousands of variations in between, which in my view argues strongly against, by the way, the ET hypothesis, putting together. If, on the other hand, you say this is a mental construct and you're seeing different things, again, you're back to consciousness, that certainly makes more sense. I also, second slide, or I think usually a second slide that I always use is when I talk on any of these topics, and it's got, I know all of them, but it's got near-death experience, after death, psychokinesis, interspecies communication, UFOs, and this and all that. It said even cryptozoology, and say, yeah, these are all related, and consciousness is the key component. The problem is we tend to isolate and study in little stovepipes. And I have a thing that says, look, I give lectures to the UFO community and near-death experiences, shamans around the world, and remote viewers. And it is changing, but for the most part, those are as if isolated. And one of the first things you run into is, what are your parameters? In near death, what do you mean by being close to death? Because most of the cases where you have no idea. And one of the things we ought to talk about separately are the few cases where the individual is entirely instrumented. So that they're, but even the case that I mentioned, Mary, all we have are the stories after the facts, and you have to infer that death had occurred. You have to infer that she had some ways of getting communication and information about what would happen years later. We do know that piece of it happened, but a lot of inference as to how all of that occurred.
Well, hope you have a good Zoom call. So, but, well, John, I'm not going to lie. My brain is tapped out after talking to you for 6 hours. And I've got a lot to think about. But, you know, I would like to say thank you very much for coming on the show and sharing everything from your Vietnam experience, your childhood, and as much as we've covered up until this point. And I just want to say it was an honor to have you, and
All right.
thank you for making the trip.
Okay, I hope to see you again.
Here's the situation. You've got China, Russia, Ukraine, the border. The banks seem to be collapsing. Plus, the Chinese just negotiated with Iran, Saudi Arabia, and Brazil to drop the US dollar. And most Americans, including myself, feel that we're in a recession right now. But despite all the evidence, I can't tell you what's going to happen for sure. Nobody can. Yet when it comes to your money, you should understand what's at stake. That's why I partnered with Goldco to possibly help at times like this. Go to ShawnLikesGold.com or call 855-936-GOLD to get your free gold and silver kit. The kit shows you how to defend your money with precious metals and how listeners of the show could get up to $10,000 in bonus silver. Go to ShawnLikesGold.com or call 855-936-GOLD to get your free gold and silver kit. I can't predict the future, but I can certainly prepare for it. So go to ShawnLikesGold.com or call 855-936-GOLD now. Performance may vary. Consult with your tax attorney or financial professional before making an investment decision.
Hey everybody, I'm Shawn Ryan. Click here to subscribe to the Shawn Ryan Show YouTube channel for the hottest and most compelling interviews that you will not see anywhere else. I've also made a playlist of all the previous SRS episodes so they're easy to find. You can find that right here.